Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nabila Anggita. It is present change for me to be a master of ceremony on this very special occasion, International Summer Course 2022. This event is presented by University of Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka and University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang. First of all, let us pray and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessings and mercy, we can attend in this event without any obstacle at all. Praise and salutation upon Him, our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who had brought us to the path of light and left the darkness in this life. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say welcome to Associate Professor Dr. Noriza Muhammad Jamal, Dr. Budiandru, and Dr. Agus Sulaiman as our speakers today. Respected moderators and all participants, once again, welcome to the second day of International Summer Course 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, on this special occasion, let me read the several agendas as follows. The first agenda is opening and cultural performance by University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang. The second agenda is pre-test session by committee. The third agenda is the lecture by Associate Professor Dr. Noriza Muhammad Jamal and Dr. Budiandru. The fourth is games. The fifth is the last lecture by Dr. Agus Sulaiman. The next is post-test session. And the last is closing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin this event by reciting Basmalah. Now, let us see the cultural video from Banten, presented by University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Acara ini sehingga kelihatan hidup, kelihatan meriah.
What an amazing video! Now, before we move to the next agenda, here are some reminder for all the participants. The requirement for passing the course is to do an assignment by summarizing the material each day. Write your views on what is happening on your country. And don't forget to fill out the attendance list through the online learning UHAMKA or OLU and Google Form in WhatsApp group for each session by checking the empty box. I repeat once more. The requirement for passing the course is to do an assignment by summarizing the material each day. Write your views on what is happening on your country. And don't forget to fill out the attendance list through the online learning UHAMKA or OLU and Google Form in WhatsApp group for each session by checking the empty box. Before we go to the main agenda, we give you 20 minutes to do the pre-test through the online learning UHAMKA or OLU. And we will back in 20 minutes after. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the main agenda, that is, the first lecture by Associate Professor Dr. Noriza Muhammad Jamal, and the topic is the Green Supply Chain Practices and Environment Management Accounting in Malaysia, which will be led by our moderator, Ms. Dia Ayu Legawati, MSI, as lecturer in University of Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka. To Miss Dia Ayu, the time and place are yours.
Okay, thank you for the MC. Can you hear me? Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us praise and thanks the presence of Allah Almighty for the abundance of grace and the joy of all of us can attend the international summer course with the topic Green Accounting Implementation to Empower Asean Economic Growth in Good Health. Not forgetting the salawat and greeting we pour out the Prophet Muhammad who has brought us out of the dark ages to the era of break like today. May we all get intercession of the end. Amin. Okay, before we begin, let me introduce myself. My name is Dia Ayu, as a lecturer from the Faculty of Economic and Business UHAMKA. We will act as moderator for this session. And now I will introduce to you the speaker today is Associate Prof. Dr. Noriza Muhjamal. Please, the committee can present the speaker CV. Okay, please, the committee can present the speaker CV. Okay. Mrs. Noriza completed her bachelor program at Queen's University of Belfast in 1992, followed by a master program in accounting and finance in Lancaster University in 1994 and PhD program in management accounting in University of Hull, UK in 2011. And she has been teaching at UTM since 1996 until present. And now she also currently the Deputy Dean Academic and Student Affairs Azman Hasim International Business School UTM. And Mrs. Noriza has field of specialization are management accounting, supply chain management, entrepreneurship, and firm performance. She also has a lot of publication, award, and honor reserve, which cannot be mentioned one by one due time contracts. Okay, I think that's enough for introduction to Associate Prof. Dr. Noriza Jamal. Now I will deliver the structure of the agenda today as follow. The first session is presentation time from Mrs. Noriza, and the second session is question and answer, and the last session is closing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we will start the first agenda is the presentation by Associate Prof. Dr. Noriza Muhjamal, and today she will present about the green supply chain practice and environment management accounting in Malaysia. Let's open agenda by saying Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And for Mrs. Noriza, time and place are yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Thank you very much, Ms. Chairman, Ms. Dia Ayu. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Miss.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the Secretariat of International Summer School of Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka, also known as UHAMKA Indonesia, for inviting me to share some of my research findings in relation to green supply chain practices and environmental management accounting from the perspective of firm manufacturing performance in Malaysia context. I also, because the sharing is rather more brief and it's part and parcel of my research findings with my PhD student. So I will not, don't worry about perhaps some technical data, etc. I will give, like summary for all of you to easily understand the material. And if you are interested and would like to know more, you are most welcome to get some additional information from me after the event. So I would like also to I'm happy to meet all the participants. I think there are more than 100 participants here from all over the country. I mean, from across the globe. And I also was made to understand that there are not only students here, there are practitioners, there are lecturers who join the session. And from my experience, because I'm also the academic administrator, the Deputy Dean of Academic and Student Affairs, I really am so glad that UHAMKA organized International Summer School for the international participants to join and get some, knowledge and feedback from practices of green supply chain and management accounting in respect of Malaysia. So I would like to share my slides before I begin my presentation. Am I able to share my screen, Secretariat? Okay, yes, all right. All right, okay, you all can you all see now on screen?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, please, I'm happy if you would like to stop me and not necessarily I will continue, I will do a continuous presentation, but at all time you can stop me and we can have like two-way discussion, no problem at all. If you even have question in the middle of my presentation, I am happy to receive any feedback. Right, so back to my sharing today. It is the findings of our research, which we had done just a few years ago on the impact of green supply chain and environmental management accounting on firm performance in Malaysia. We have also published a few articles from this research. And as just mentioned by the Miss Chairperson just now, I am now attached with Azman Hashim International Business School, University Technology Malaysia, and I am the Deputy Dean, Academic and Student Affairs. In the main campus, our main campus is the one on the right, the building on the right-hand side here. The main campus is in Johor Bahru, Malaysia, but we also have city campus. Our city campus is in the capital of Malaysia, that is Kuala Lumpur. So on the left-hand side, the building here is the campus in Kuala Lumpur, where both campuses offer postgraduate, but the undergraduate programs are only offered in Johor Bahru. So I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to come to Azman Hashim International Business School, whether to do some activities related to academic and research, or if you want to pursue your studies in the postgraduate studies, for example, we have MBA programs, we have management programs at the level of masters and postgraduate. So please welcome to our university. Right. Let me start with the background of my study in relation to green supply chain and environmental management accounting. Why? What motivated us to do this research? We know that around us there are an increase in the environmental awareness because of the increase in waste, and we also have to implement the environmentally friendly manufacturing activities, and therefore we can produce environmentally friendly products. And we are so much aware of the 3R: reuse, recycle activities, and therefore we would like to see here in this research how the implementation of green supply chain from the perspective of manufacturing firms in Malaysia, how does that impact the reporting of environmental management accounting, and finally they both how they simultaneously affecting firm performance in the context of Malaysian firms in that sense. Right. Right. So what do we mean by green supply chain practices? The activities that relates not only of reverse supply chain. We know that supply chain management is integration of value-added activities from the link down from supplier to the downstream customer, upstream to downstream supplier to customer. But when we talk about reverse supply chain, it goes back from a customer back to supplier. All the necessary materials that we have used, but not only that, not only the reverse logistics, but we also talk about green purchasing. We also talk about internal management practices. We also talk about economic design when we talk about green supply chain. Right. Just a little bit of background on the data, but please apologize. This is quite some time. We are yet to get the new publication on this data for the last 5 years, because now we're already in 2022. But what I have here actually is a similar trend that we have seen, increase in the water pollution because of the increase in the manufacturing advancement, and also activities that also increase in schedule waste, increase in open burning, and therefore we also have seen an increased expenditure according to our data worldwide. The increase in expenditure where firms spend on environmental protection. So in Malaysia, the case of firms registered under ISO 14000 certification Malaysia, it shows that not only that they have that awareness, but also they are so much aware in order to obtain this certification, the firms must have to some extent the level of activities that have fulfilled the environmental, taking care of environmental, looking into whatever risk that they may have in future. So when they got certification, so it shows that the awareness and the reporting, because we use ISO 14001 certification, Malaysian firms to be the proxy for those who have reported environmental management accounting activities in their financial reports. Okay. All right. So I would like to share in my research here. There are 4 variables that we have used in order to examine the relationships between green supply chain practices, environmental management accounting, and performance. So the sub-constructs and what are the items under green supply chain I will be discussing, or I will be mentioning later, and what also in the aspect of environmental management accounting. But for firm performance, we were concentrating more on the environmental performance. What are the achievement in terms of reduction of waste? And also, we were focusing on economic performance, not directly on profitability, but how these activities connect or relate to the reduction of cost. So the achievement of cost reduction. So we are looking at those measures or those indicators in relation to economic firm performance, but we are only looking at the scope is environmental performance and economic performance. Okay. And those are what definitions we have used for green supply chain and environmental management accounting. I'm sure, I think many of you are fully aware that the role of management accounting is more on giving information needed for an informed decision making made by top management, but in respect to environmental reporting. Okay? So environmental management accounting support the information needs. What kind of information we shall see in a minute. And for the green supply chain, I have sort of introduced to you earlier on the dimensions that we have used is related to green purchasing, reverse logistics, and we also use eco design, which is economic and taking care of the environment, and also the internal perspective, and not only external but internal perspective that relates to the management support and activities and strategies. Okay. Right, and also all research must have the problem behind it, and some of the research issues that motivates or that actually drive us to do this research is about we found some inconsistent findings from the previous research, some conflicting findings, so that's why we wanna close the gap and contribute to the not only to the practitioners, i.e. The related parties that can get benefit from the findings of the study, but also to add on to the academic literature in respect to the green supply chain field and environmental management accounting field. Okay, but therefore, we have come up with a brief framework in relation to those variables I mentioned earlier, right? Okay, we also, this is quite interesting, where we want to see whether the findings, because some organizations may think that, okay, they have invested a lot in terms of taking care of the environment, but also whether this high in investment cost, will it directly relate to cost reduction, or the increase in the investment actually is more than the reduction in cost, and whether the reduction is it significant or is it not so significant. So there is a trade-off actually between the environmental performance and economic performance. So we shall see increase in cost. We want to see reduction in waste at the same time, but how to balance between the two. And in this research, we also would like to emphasize on the role of environmental performance, because we were hoping that the improvement in environmental performance will lead to an increased reduction in cost, where therefore we are aiming for cost savings after the implementation of the green supply chain practices. So I hope that you are clear. I do not want to elaborate more on because we have quite a number of research objectives here. But I think I hope that I have made it clear. In the first introduction earlier on, we wanted to see what is to make it simple, we wanted to see the impact of the green supply chain on an environmental management accounting, and both to construct simultaneously affecting performance. So that is what we wanted to see. So how did we do it to come up with the findings? We have chosen the study is only limited to those registered and or those have got or have obtained certification of the 40,001 certified manufacturing firms in Malaysia. And who are the respondents of this survey? They are if we have supply chain managers, those are the one. If they don't have specific position of supply chain managers, then we were asking respond EMR, right? Environmental management representatives who were able to answer on the green supply chain implementation, because the unit of analysis in this research is organization. The individual, the EMR or supply chain manager, they represent the company. They should be able to answer the activities in relation to green supply chain, but also are able to answer in respect to environmental management accounting. But we put a clause there. If they are not able, the company can consult appropriate respondent to answer questions in relation to the implementation or the reporting of environmental management accounting. Right. So why this research is important? We hope that the parties, especially the manufacturing firms, are able to improve their green supply chain practices in the hope that this will improve their environmental performance and eventually cost reduction, i.e. we hope that they will have cost savings with the implementation of these activities. And as I mentioned earlier, the research is not only aiming for practitioners, but also to contribute to the literature in respect to green supply chain field as well as the environmental management accounting field. Right. So don't worry about this. I think I may skip this, but these are important that we define green supply chain practices that relates to supply chain processes and also relate to the environmental conscious mindset. Okay, and also activities where firms take responsibility, with any activities that have impact on environment, they will have to take care of that because this hopefully will satisfy their customer needs, and in support of the protection to the environment. And finally, we also define green supply chain practices as the evaluation, not only awareness, not only implementation, but they do some evaluation on their actions. Okay, so those are the literature that support. Don't worry about that. You can look at that later. In summary, the green supply chain practices is the supply chain, you can see on the screen there, supply chain initiatives which are motivated by an environmental conscious mindset. So process, mindset, and involves addressing, this is the implementation perspective, addressing the influence and relationships of supply chain interaction and taking responsibility and do some evaluation of the implementation to reduce the environmental risk. So that is the definition we have used in our research for green supply chain practices. And there are a number of dimensions. If you go back, if you're interested to study on green supply chain, there are a number of dimensions. So what you can see on screen, some dimensions include internal environmental management from the perspective of internal management. And then we have investment recovery and the definitions on the middle of the table there. Green purchasing, eco-design, cooperation with customer and reverse logistics. But in my study, I have limited only to 4, i.e. Internal environmental management, green purchasing, eco-design, and reverse logistics. We did not take all. We just focus on 4. So this is what we have used or employed in this study. And for environmental management accounting, in terms of information that we need from firms, ISO 14001 firms in Malaysia, we wanted to see to what extent they have used monetary environmental management accounting as well as physical environmental management accounting. So what is the difference between the two? The monetary is more to the information related financial information on that, and physical information we really wanted to see how much in terms of weight, the reduction in the physical values, or the reporting of this, not only in the monetary value in Malaysia, we use ringgit Malaysia, but also in terms of the physical value of the reporting. Right. And finally, our dependent variable, i.e. the performance, I mentioned earlier, we have concentrated on environmental performance, and the environmental performance we define as performance that lead to reduction of air emissions, effluent waste, and solid waste. And finally, how does this impact economic performance? We focus on cost reduction. Okay, so the ability to reduce costs in relation to purchase material, energy consumption, waste treatment, waste discharge, and anything if they have got the fine are imposed on them in relation to any environmental accident. So those are what we have done. So these are again the 4 variables used, and we are establishing hypothesis. Actually, I'm not going to go in detail with that, but we are establishing hypotheses from the green supply chain practices to environmental management accounting, and also directly to environmental performance for both independent variables. But at the same time, we are investigating whether EMA act as a good mediator or not in these relationships. Right. So in terms of methodology, what have we used? Of course, because this is organizational level and we conducted a survey, so the philosophy is positivism philosophy, where the study is deductive, we use survey, and for this research, we just use a single method, mono method, and it is a cross-section just at one time. And of course, we have used survey, i.e. questionnaire, sorry. And those are the development of instruments, okay, for all the variables I have mentioned earlier from the appropriate sources. Okay, so this is what we got from the population of a total of 683 ISO 14000 certified manufacturing organizations in Malaysia. We use just the total of 399. Why? Because we have taken only those who have got certification more 3 years and beyond. Okay, because we consider that at least they have implemented this for quite some time. We consider 3 years is a good sign there. 399, and from this 399, we have collected from 121 firms. 121. We actually received 1, 2, 3, but we removed because of incomplete data from 2. So finally, we have got 121 responses out of 399. Right. I just wanted to say this briefly. We have done data screening. We have looked at the measurement model. We also have looked at the structural model. We have used here structural equation modeling. We have fulfilled normality testing. For this purpose, we use partial least square structural equation modeling to analyze our data. Right. I just wanted to say more on this, because the topic of today's sharing is the implementation of green supply chain and environmental management accounting in Malaysia. So, what data we have? Descriptive statistics for the 2 main variables here. You can see here from the perspective of green supply chain, the score is more than 3.5. So we can say that in Malaysia, they have implemented moderately to quite high. Of course, not very high, but from moderate level to an acceptable level of implementation of green supply chain. Okay. We have got score of 3.89 for the overall score for more than that under IEM, internal environmental management, and for green purchasing as well, for eco design and reverse logistics. Maybe there are 1 or 2 items we have less than 3, but even less than 3, the scoring is close to 3, where therefore we can say, safely say that we have a moderate level of the green supply chain practices based on those 4 constructs. Okay. For environmental management accounting, yes, also, yes, we have scoring more than 3.5. We can also conclude safely that those 121 firms that have responded to our survey have got a moderate level of reporting of EME. Okay, so these are the summary of the scoring of implementation of both green supply chain and environmental management accounting. You can see that for green purchasing, we have the maximum score of 4.17 of some of the items. With the minimum of 3.5, you can see that only reverse logistics we have the minimum score below 3, but that is quite acceptable level. It's close to 3.0 of the mean score. Right. We also have fulfilled the internal consistency, reliability for measurement model, the validity in terms of conversion validity. We have scoring of advanced variance extracted AVE more than average variance extracted AVE more than 0.5. Okay, so the measurement model is fulfilled. Here we have used cross-loading for discriminant validity. So we have fulfilled both the reliability and validity for the model. And finally, the structural model we have also fulfilled. But for this, we have relationships which are not supported by data, but mostly are supported by data. So here are the findings. From the 6 major hypotheses, we found that you can see here from the green supply chain path to an environmental performance, fully supported to environmental management accounting. Green supply chain to environmental management accounting is also supported. Environmental management accounting to environmental performance supported. Same goes to EMA to ECP. ECP short form for economic performance. And finally, environmental to ECP is also strong support there. But from green supply chain performance to economic performance is not supported. We have one not supported there. So in terms of mediation, we see a full mediation there. So we can safely say that environmental performance is very important in order to get cost savings. So firms should focus on this more because we have the full mediation there, but we have partial moderation for the impact of EMA to ENP and ECP, and finally green supply chain to EMA and ENP. Right. So I am actually close to the end of my presentation. We hope that from this research, you have some ideas about what is the level of green supply chain and environmental management accounting practices in Malaysia from the perspective of 14,001 certified organizations in the country. And also in relation to the objective of the research, we hope that this have contributed and have theoretical implications and practical implications where point number 2, I would like to emphasize that the cost saving could be maximized through the focus on the environmental performance. Means if the company firms concentrates on improving their environmental performance, this would have a significant impact on cost savings, right? And also the practical implication in the view of environmental management accounting, we can say that environmental management accounting complement the implementation of green supply chain in identifying the value-added activities and eliminating the non-value-added activities in relation to environmental activities. Right? And finally, the academic contributions with this framework, we are hoping that this implementation of green supply chain facilitates the development of EMA practices, and we have seen the role of environmental performance, and same thing goes to the role of environmental management accounting, which will advance the understanding of an organization's competitiveness to stay sustainable. Okay, that's all. I hope my presentation is clear, and I'm happy if you have any questions in relation to this, or perhaps any other questions that I can answer. I'm happy to respond to those questions. Thank you very much. That's all my presentation. I stop share.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Noriza, for the interesting presentation. Okay, well, everyone, now we come to the question and answer session, and we have 45 minutes for the question and answer session. First, we open 3 questions for all participants, and maybe Prof. Noriza can answer directly one by one. Please, the participation can raise your hand, next unmute the mic, and don't forget to mention your name and your institution. Okay, any question from the participation? Okay. Is there any question? Maybe participant from Filipina or Malaysia or Thailand or India or from the others? I think maybe the participant already understand, yeah. Okay. Okay. If there is no question from the participant or audience, maybe I can ask first, Prof. Noriza.
Yes, Ms. Dia, you're welcome to ask.
It was mentioned earlier that EMA is an accounting tool to quantify environmental impact and cost expenditure when decision making for environmental improvement. Yeah. So, what is the benefit of implementing EMA to the industry in Malaysia?
All right. Okay, number one, why it is advisable for organizations to do the reporting of this environmental management accounting. Firstly, because they can show the level of awareness to take care of the environment. So if we don't do any reporting, where is the proof? So there is no evidence or there is no proof of organizations, especially big companies, to really disclose their information that okay, they have reported in the sense whether the monetary values or the physical values that they have taken care of the environment and do such reporting. So that, it is very important to show to the community, to show to the society that they have done this and therefore it is reported. Although it's not a compulsory reporting, but all big organizations in Malaysia have done such reporting. Okay?
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yes, clear. Yes. Thank you for your response. Okay, the participant, any question, and can raise your hand or ask to column chat maybe. Okay, we wait, yeah, Prof. Noriza,
No
for the
problem.
question. Okay, please, the participation. Okay, Prof. Noriza.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. Hello, Prof. Nuriza. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, very interesting for me today to hear the presentation. Very excited about the implementation, green accounting, and research. And for that, I have a questions about the idea about the green accounting, but in qualitative perspective. Because sometimes when I search in maybe in Google Scholar, green accounting is all about a quantitative method. What do you think when we, the idea for a qualitative method? Okay, that's my question. Thank you very much.
How do I address you? Miss Miller, is that correct? Dr. Miller, perhaps?
Please unmute, commit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, pardon me, Miss.
Okay, how do I address you? Madam Miller or Dr. Miller, perhaps?
No,
Okay.
just Mila.
Okay, Mila. Thank you for your question. It is a very good question, very interesting question. Because mostly we find in the literature, organizational level, like research on performance, mostly concentrate on quantitative study. But I so much agree with you, where how do we go beyond quantitative study? How do we extend this study and make it a qualitative one, right? What I can suggest is that we do deep interview questions, because as you remember just now, I use a performance where they rate their own performance. It can be biased. It can be biased because they rate their own performance. They judge their own performance. So how do we tackle these questions? In my study, although we do quantitative, we can extend the aspect of evaluating own performance by looking at their financial reports. Looking at their financial reports. Let's say, for example, 30 firms, and pick up from there whether they really improve their cost saving, they really improve cost reduction. So in order to do it qualitative, you can select one or two firms from the 30 organizations that we have, look at their financial performance, really look at their financial performance, open their financial reporting and look at that, whether they have achieved what they claim in the questionnaire. So maybe you can pick up 2-3 firms and do a deep interview. Yeah, so that means from quantitative study, extend it to qualitative to confirm the findings of the quantitative study. So that one we can extend the study and we can call it as mixed methodology, where a triangulation is done to confirm the findings of the quantitative study. So in summary, we can pick up maybe 30 organizations from more than 100 over just now, and then pick up 2 or 3 firms to do deep interview to confirm our findings. But of course, we have to establish questions for the interview. We have to do interview protocol, for example, and ask questions whether they really, whether the implementation really have impact on the environmental performance and economic performance. That is what I can suggest. Miss Mila, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Noriza, for the answer. How Miss Mila?
Is that clear?
Okay, yes, is that clear? But is it possible to, the qualitative method, a success in what's the name, Scopus or something like that?
In terms of publication, of course, the data is really rich in terms of publication, because we know that now publication have actually also moved from quantitative to qualitative. But in terms of success, it depends on the rigorous of you getting data, because most of the time those companies reporting EMA and those companies implementing green supply chain are large organizations, and therefore their top management are busy people. If you can get appointments and to do deep interview, that would be great. So the challenge is to get them to participate in the interview session. Yes.
Okay, that's mean the data is very important to make the
Correct.
research
Correct.
success.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that means from the survey, you can extend to do the qualitative in respect to the study just now. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss. Prof. Norisa. Once
You're
more,
welcome. Most welcome.
Yeah. Prof. Norisa. Is it possible to make that? What's the name? We can mix about qualitative and quantitative. Maybe that's very interesting.
It depends on the duration of your study. If your duration is maybe 1 year or below, maybe you can just do one. But if you are engaged with student doing PhD, I think PhD duration is more, 2 to 3 years. So if they are able to include and embed qualitative findings, I think that would be great. That actually give more insight. Qualitative data actually are more rich, more insight compared to quantitative findings.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Nuriza.
Okay,
thank you for the question as well.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Noriza, for the answer. Okay, let's go to the next question, maybe from others participant. Maybe from Lika Mari. Any question? Lika Mari, any question? Or Fazilat Abu Bakar? Any question? Okay, maybe from student UHAMKA, maybe? Any question? Please, the participant. Any question for Prof. Nozila? Okay, no question. Okay. Okay, we have another question here in the chat column. This one is from Mrs. Karina, and I will read, Prof. Noriza. I would like to ask Prof. Noriza, what are the most important challenges of supply chain sustainability? Karina Fakira, where do you come from?
Right. I think I understand the question in the chat box. Yes. I agree with you. Okay, Karinta Fakira from Indonesia. The challenge is to sustain and it's not only to get reduction in cost, i.e. we experience cost savings. It's not only we are able to do reporting of environmental management accounting, but the challenges is how to continue doing good in savings cost and how to continue doing good in terms of green supply chain. So, but it all depends on the relationship, the focal firm, i.e. the firm that we are, doing research, to what extent their relationships with their supplier, and to what extent they take care of their customer. So that is from one perspective that we can talk about. For example, the organizations must maintain good relationships with supplier. Supplier must
Maybe one more question.
A supplier must be able to continue provide raw materials, taking care of the environment as well, and they must also have strategic relationship with supplier. Okay, that is the on the part of upstream supplier. What about customer? On the part of downstream customer, do we have our customer, once they have used, for example, they have used the container, have they coming back to us, and so that we can return and reuse the container they have used back to our supplier, so that supplier can again reuse the material in their production cycle. So the challenge is to make sure that we have great cooperation and strategic relationship with both our supplier and our customer. So that is the challenge. Because sometimes we don't get that. We don't have a strategic relationship with supplier. Our customers are not coming back to us as well. So that is a challenge to maintain sustainable in that sense. Okay? Is my explanation clear?
Okay. How, Karinta? Is it enough? Okay, enough, yeah. Okay, we will to the next question, Prof. Noriza. The question is from, Buksu Ekon. I will read, yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Ma'am Noriza from Philippines. May I ask if what factor affect the green supply chain practice in the economy? Yeah.
Right. Okay, coming back to your question. Yeah, the question is about is there any law in Malaysia that supports this green supply chain? If there is, how does this law improve the practices of companies in the country on the aspect of producing environmentally friendly products and services? Okay. I think in respect to the current law on green supply, I think they have the normal law of you'll be fined if you don't fulfill. I mean, if you have your waste affecting the environment. It creates pollution, it impacts on river, for example, the normal one. But I don't think they have mentioned it as quote unquote green supply chain rule and regulations. But in respect to having companies fulfill these regulations, where I think by right they mostly all work on if there are complaints, if there are complaints from the communities or from the society, and then they work on that. But I don't think we have a specific quote unquote law on green supply chain. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Noriza. How, Mr. Buksu? Is it clear?
Right. Yeah. I saw in the chat box a question from Ronel. How can we minimize pollution in our respective companies? So that actually we need to tango. We need cooperation not only from the society, in response to environmental implications on them, but I think more importantly is the companies themselves, and they are not only doing the reporting just for the sake of doing reporting, but they really have the conscious mindset. As mentioned earlier, the criteria for green supply chain is not only just processes, but a clear conscious mindset that everything, the activities they have along the supply chain should not have environmental implications. So I think the management, of course, play very important role in making sure. Because I think nowadays, I'm not sure in other countries, but we always see companies doing bad thing, and they only will take care of their image when there are complaints. So if there are no complaints, no fines, etc., they will just continue perhaps doing activities that will create impact to the environment. So I think number one is to make sure that the clear conscious mindset from the part of organizations are very, very crucial to make sure that we together, society, regulators, government, making sure that organizations are not producing waste that leads to pollution, not healthy environment outside there. So I think it takes two to tango. All parties need to take care, and same goes to us, for example, as a final consumer, and making sure that we protect our environment.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Noriza. And we have 3 more questions in column chat. Another question from Michael Joshua Novabos. Hello, I'm from the Philippines. If I may ask, are there laws in Malaysia that support in this green supply chain? If there is, how does this law improve the practice of companies in the country on the aspect of producing environmental friendly products and service?
Miss Dia,
Yes.
which question are we referring to? Is it from
Before Ronald Begeralio,
okay?
from Michael Joshua.
Okay. Right. Oh, is it? I think the law I have answered.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have answered. There is no specific. We don't say it as green supply chain
Okay.
law. Okay, I have answered that.
Okay, sorry, Prof.
Yeah,
Noriza.
no problem.
Maybe answer
I
question
think
from
only the
Rika.
last one from MMSU Philippines, John Shuati. I think from him. Yeah.
Okay,
So
and from Lika?
from Lika, no, I think already answered. Thank you for answering this topic. Is okay. What is the question? Aside from Malaysia, is green supply chain already introduced and practiced to other countries? I'm not so sure. But I think the developed countries definitely, because in the literature we study the literature, yes. But the emerging economies, we are yet to find out. But maybe I don't know if there are practitioners here who come from other side of outside Malaysia, but perhaps can answer this question. But of course, in developed countries, they already have, because according to our literature, we have looked at those. There are already many dimensions that relates to green supply chain already there. So the topic is not very new; it's already there, and because of the advancement in manufacturing technologies, etc., that creates awareness to protect the environment. Okay, so that is to answer questions from Lika. From John, yeah. John from Philippines, taking into consideration the data presented earlier, the data is actually good, especially that we are trying to balance economic growth with environmental costs. Yes, there is always a trade-off between environmental costs and economic costs. Okay, my question is that how can we encourage businesses to going green when the capital needed to get this motion started is costly? Yes, I definitely agree with you. Through companies like Nike, Microsoft, H&M, among others, already played just to promote a net zero carbon emissions in terms of their global supply chain. Yes. Okay, my response to that, and thank you for the awareness on this. Thank you. Because in the beginning of my session, I mentioned, yes, there is always a trade-off between environmental performance and economic performance. And therefore, I think we should start with large organizations, because for large organizations, they definitely will have more capital to start with. So, and we hope that the investment that they have put in to control, to protect the environment, although initially in the first few years, they may not get, it may not, payback, may not pay back because of large consumption on the investment to protect the environment. They have got to buy machines that help, like reduce emissions, etc. Machines to reduce carbon emissions. But in the long run, because of the good reputation and good image they have brought, Okay, they have promoted a zero waste, etc. This will increase brand loyalty. People will continue buying. This will increase profitability of firms, and therefore it goes back to the cycle of the economic performance of the organizations. Although in the beginning large investment need to be made, but with the increased profitability, hopefully it covers. So I think it should start with large organizations, and if they have proved this, the other organizations, they should invest medium size, small size. Perhaps they invest according to what they are able to do, and hopefully this also creates a good image, and improve customer satisfaction, where it goes back to the cycle of cost and revenue, and improve cost as well at the same time. So it really needs integration and cooperation from all parties along the supply chain. So that is what I can conclude from the question. Okay, I pass back to you, Miss Dia. Thank you. Thank you for all the questions. I am happy that you all, are aware of these, and also how us, as the final consumer, also have some role in protecting the environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Noriza. And I think that's enough for the question and answer session because the time is over. Thank you so much for the participants. If there are any other participants who still want to ask, you can reach me, Prof. Noriza directly through her contact. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, everyone, before we end the session, I will try to conclude from today's material from Prof. Noriza. That is the practice of environmental management accounting in Malaysia is implemented with the existence of ISO standard 14001, yeah, where the standard provides specifies requirement for an environmental management system to enable an organization to develop and implement policy and objective, yeah, which take into account legal requirement and other requirement to which the organization subscribes and information about significant environmental aspect, yeah. And there are 683 companies that have ISO 14001 certified manufacturing, but in the research from Prof. Noriza, the sample use was 399. Yeah, based on Prof. Noriza explanation from the result of the research conducted, it can be concluded that the factor that affect the company's performance is the environmental management accounting variable, while the green supply chain practice does not have a direct influence on economic performance. So this can be used for future research, yeah, from participants in their country. Okay, I think enough. I would like to say thank you so much for the Prof. Noriza for the great presentation and all of the participants in this morning. Hopefully, the event will give benefit for us. And as the moderator, if in guiding this event, I made a mistake or offend someone here, please forgive me. Thank you for your attention. See you later, and let's close the agenda by saying Hamdalah, Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And for
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you for the invitation again. And great to see everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Noriza. Maybe don't leave Prof. Noriza, because we can take a picture and awarding certificate.
Right, sure.
Okay.
Thank to Miss Dia Ayu for guiding the lecture. And thank to Associate Professor Dr. Noriza for the informative and insightful presentation. Here, we are awarding you a certificate of appreciation. Before we end this, we have a photo session. To Associate Professor Dr. Noriza, please give a smile when I count until 3. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Again, thanks to Associate Professor Dr. Noriza and Miss Dia Ayu for the time. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the second lecture by Dr. Budiandru, and the topic is Risk-Based Auditing and Green Accounting, which will be led by our moderator, Ms. Mila Indriastuti, as a lecturer in University of Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka. To Ms. Mila, the time and place are yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you today? Hope everything will be okay, right? Okay. I would like to thank God Allah Subhanahu wa Taala who have given us blessing and mercy so we can attend this meeting program in a good conditions. And my salawat and salam are always given to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has taught their people respectively in order to attain happy and prosperous life in this world and hereafter. Then I would like to thank for MC for giving me an opportunity to speak here as moderator in summer course sessions. Tema for this session is about risk-based auditing and green accounting by Mr. Budiandru. Very welcome, Mr. Budiandru. And he will be the presenter for today. Okay, before we begin, please be informed that if it's possible, please turn your camera and make sure that your microphone is muted. Okay, if you have any technical question, please reach me directly via chatbot. And I think the presentation takes around 30 minutes in total. And if you have any question for Mr. Andrew, please use the chat feature in the Zoom webinar, or you can raise hand. And then question that will be answered randomly according to the available of time. Okay, now please welcome our presenter, Mr. Andrew, to deliver the presentations. All right, Mr. Andrew, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Mila. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Innal hamdalillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min shururi anfusina wa min sayyi'atina min a'malina may yahdihillahu fala mudilla lahu asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammad abduhu wa rasuluh amma ba'd. Alhamdulillah, very thank you to University of Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Amka and University of Muhammadiyah Technology Tangerang for facilitating this event. Yang insyaallah may God always bless us, ya, insyaallah. And alhamdulillah, right now I am a lecturer in UHAMKA. Yes, who was given to mandate to try to presentation related to risk-based auditing and green accounting is very easy. Because I have to mandate to material is very inshallah. hopefully is time enough ya, inshallah ya. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Okay, open slide. Me or yours, Miss Mila? My slide.
Yeah, I think the committee will open the slide.
Oh, committee.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, please have a wait.
This is the screen.
I will share it.
Share. Okay, thank you. Risk-based auditing and green accounting. Next slide. Yes. Next slide again. Next slide again. Yeah. Okay. In Indonesian, yeah, I saw in Google, trend Google, yeah, then trend audit risk in Indonesia and worldwide. Is only 2% of others country. Indonesian is on pair equal ya, Saudi countries, Americans, alhamdulillah, yes, based on Google Trends. And the province in Jakarta very high risk because maybe there is a mom city, yeah, so so much business activity. Alhamdulillah, yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, financial statements audit. Why is it unique audit? Why? Because the auditors must know all the client business activities from A to Z. Yes, the auditors to know, yeah, activity. That is how we access and give an opinion on the report. Yes, and to provide opinion on the reliabilities of the financial statement as part of an integrated audit, provide opinion on intercontrol as effectiveness. And for external auditing to have a value, the public need to have confidence in the objectivity and accuracy of the opinion provided by external auditors. Next slide. Good. Okay, who parties involved in prepare and auditing financial statement is maybe you to know, yeah. In prepare, maybe management, internal audits, and committee and audit committee, yes, and accounting and others, and others business, yeah, and others management. Okay, next slide. Yes, an audit quality, yeah. Yes, to become an auditors in Indonesia, yes, there are two regulatory handbooks. Yes, namely, the second one, the Standards Public Accountant Statement, and two, Financial Accountant Standards. So, Financial Accountant Standard, 5 to handbooks for guidance and auditors yourself. For the guidance standards, namely maybe standards micro and small business, number one, and standard accounting general, and number three is standard accounting Sharia, number three standard accounting based on IFRS, yeah, based on IFRS itu international federation financial reporting standard. Number five, standard of accounting government is very much for an auditors and accounting to learn. Masya Allah, Allahu Akbar, ya. Very full to hit. And next slide, Miss. Yes, driver of audit quality. Yes, maybe the first audit firm's culture. Yes, audit firms cultures in Indonesia and America and Malaysia is very different. It's very different. Yes, to misstatement, financial statement. And number two, you have skill. You have skill and qualities of the audit's manner. Yes, you you become an auditor. You have skill as an have accountants minimize, yeah. And three, to experience about experience of the accountants, yeah, in the company. Okay, next slide is next slide again. Okay, frauds. Yes, fraud is an intentional acts involving the hands of deception that result in a major misstatement of the financial statement, and usually two type of misstatement or relevant to auditors. Yes, once the usually misstatement arising from misappropriation of asset. Second one, usually misstatement arising from fraudulent financial reporting. Yes, to type are relevant to auditors to consideration of fraud. Yeah. Next slide, Miss. Next slide, please. Okay. Fraud angels. Yes. Fraud angels was introduction by Mr. Don Cresley Moore. Yeah. Then 70 years ago. Yes. And second one, fraud diamonds by great Mr. Yeah, Mr. James, yeah. Okay, and okay, triangles, yeah. They have the three elements of the fraud triangles, as saw in attachment, include number one, about the incentive or pressure. Yes, pressure. The pressure is the audit team sought consider to incentivize or pressures to commit fraud and its adjustment, including the most likely area in which fraud might take place. Usually, pressure from a superior or a big boss, you have big boss, and they work together, to fraud, yeah. And second one, yeah, and just to find opportunity, yeah. Opportunity, one of the most fundamentals and consistent finding in fraud research is that there must be an opportunity for fraud to be committed. That is, everyone has an opportunity to commit fraud is it really conveys much more. Is mean not only that an opportunity exists, but either that the perpetrators access the risk of obeying codes as law, and others opportunity which is a situation that's open opportunities to allow frauds. To allow frauds, yeah. And number three, rationalization. Yes, rationalizations is a crucial component in most frauds. Rationalization involves a person reconciling unlawful or unethical behavior, such as stealing, with the commonly accepted notion of decency and trust. Rationalization with its attitude or characters that cause individuals to commit fraud rationally, with allows them the consciously and intentionally commit or dishonest edge is very, very bad, yeah. Person. Okay, the next slide. Fraud diamonds, yes, fraud diamonds created by from Wolf and Romanson, yeah, 2004. 2004. Yes, they call is fraud diamonds plus one type again, namely capability. Yes, capability. What means capability? The capability is the ability of individuals who play a major role in the whether fraud can be actually occur. We must have the ability to see loopholes to commit fraud as an opportunity, and to gain a profit continuously, individuals or the groups or the team. Okay, next slide, please. Few the fundamentals highlighted in the audit opinion for formulation process include decisions of professional liabilities and the needs for quality audits, judgment, and ethical decision. Yes. Number one is making client acceptance and continuous decision. Yes, the auditors making client acceptance and the continuous decision. Number two, performance risk assessment. Yes. Is number three, optioning evidence about the internal control operating effectiveness. Yeah. Number 3, obtaining substantive evidence about account, disclosure, and assertion, and completing the audit and making reporting decision. Yes. Okay, next slide, Miss. Okay, audit risk. Audit risk, if you want to be an auditor, you have to accept there is involved regarding administrative sanction and imprisonment. You have already it. So audit risk. What is a risk audit? Audit is a method used by internal auditors in carrying out their audit duties, thus providing assurance that the exciting risks have been managed by the management properly and have risk limit that have not impact on the company's objective. The existence of this audit approach method can help management to fulfill their responsibility effectively. The management is responsible for ensuring that internal control run well and that the risk management process also run effectively. From the management's responsibility is very, very important to carry out and risk-based audits. And how purpose of risk audits? Purpose of the risk-based audit is to provide insurance to the board of commissioner and directors that the internal control and risk management process have been carried out properly so that management is able to streamline its responsibilities by limiting this risk. And the benefit of the risk-based audit are 5 points. The benefits audit. Second one, improve oversight of internal control. Number 2, access management is improving the ability to analyze and identify error that occur both materialities and non-materialities. Number 3, help management to measure risk in an exciting area within the organization. Number 4, the access management in identifying indication of frauds. Number 5, access management in disclosing invention and carrying out improvement activity. And the conclusion, the risks have 3 categories in risk-based audit. One, inherent risk. What's meant inherent risk? Inherent risk is namely the risk inherent in the company business process. This risk always exists within the company, both the material and material. So that internal control is not able to prevent this risk, but can limit this risk. And second one, and control risk atau pengendalian risiko. Where this what's mean control risk? Control risk where this risk as a material error rate that cannot be prevented by the internal control system. Yes, a very weakness about the standard operating procedure. And number 3, detection risk. Detection risk is where this risk affect when the auditor carries out the assessment not using audit procedure properly, so that the auditors make an opinion that there is not risk, but actually the areas being audited as high risk. And an aspect that need to be considered by internal auditors. Auditors must pay attention to aspect that carry out a risk-based audit approach. Yes, once internal control must identify area or a division within the organization. For example, in the inventory sections, the auditors must identify the physical inventory records in an indication or risk to the inventory. Is if there is a risk there, then there will be a more in-depth test. Second one, the head of the internal audit team must allocate audit team member to area that have a risk according to the ability of the auditors. Number 3, the existence of audit assurance, which I am to see the result of previous audit in the accordance with area that have a high risk. Therefore, the auditors will make an audit plan according to the identification and action that must be taken by the auditors. Yes. The action that must be taken by the auditors are discussing with the management about risk maturity in the organization area. This is done to determine the value of risk maturity and convince management to understand the impact of the risk. The auditors must present documentary evidence that I am to considering risk as a decision making and is used to create an audit framework. The next, the auditors must draw conclusion from the level of risk where the aim of the grouping is risk into each area. Then the auditors report the conclusion regarding risk maturity to management and the audits committee and audit the audit mix and the audit strategy. Okay, next slide, Miss. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Risk model. Okay, risk model. Okay. Before previous slide, ma'am. Okay, risk model. Inherent risk. Yes, risk model. In the planning the audits, the auditor saw the consider audit risk in international standard auditing number 300 312, yeah. Define audit risk as the risk that occur in the event that the auditors knowingly modify its opinion as appropriate and financial statement that has a material misstatement according to standard accounting standard number 3.9 regarding audit sampling, regarding materialities and risk consists of three components. And risk model, this risk model three risk model type. One's inherent risk, and two control risk, and three detection risk. Yes. Inherent risk measure the auditor's assessment of the likelihood of a material misstatement, whether fraud or error, is in the audit before a committee consideration of the effectiveness of the client internal control. Initial risk determination of account balance or classes of transaction to misstatement materials, assuming that there are not applicable control, policy, and procedure related internal. Risk control. Second risk model. Risk control. Controlling the risk of material misstatement that could occur if an assertion cannot be detected or detected on a timely basis by controls internal clients. Control risk is the auditor's determination of the possibility, the existence of misstatement in the audit segment that exceed the tolerance limits, which cannot be detected or prevented by the client's internal controls. By RNC and by RNC 1997, number three, detection risk. Detection risk. There is that the auditors will not detect and material misstatement contained in a statement. In the case knowing this risk, a test can be done analytical procedure and transaction testing, or a testing of details for the audits. Okay, next slide, Miss. Okay, the next slide. What is corporate governance? Corporate governance is a process, with the owners, stakeholders, and creditors of an organization exert the control and require accountability for the resource. Yes, like stakeholders, like the management committee audit, and nothing else. And the corporate governance, start with the owners delegating responsibility to management, through an elected board of directors, including subcommittee of the board that serves an audit committee. In turn, responsibility are ended to operating and with the oversight and assistance from internal audit. Yes, there is internal control like the CHOSO, the CHOSO Committee of Sponsoring Organization of the Tradeway Commission, established 1992. Yes, what's the components of internal control according to CHOSO includes? Yes. Next slide. CHOSO. Next slide again. Yes. CHOSO a process affected by entities, a board of directors, management, and others personnel designed to provide a reasonable assurance regarding the achievement of the objective relating the operating, reporting, and compliance. Yes. Three type the objective relating operating and reporting and compliance. Next slide, ma'am. Yes, so framework for internal control. One, risk assessment. Yes, risk assessment, companies must identify and analyze the factor that create business risk and must determine how to deal with the risk with this risk, and control environment, the responsibility of top management to clearly state the value of the integrity and ethical activities that are not tolerated. Control activity. Control activity for fraud to occur. Management must design policies and procedure to identify the specific risk the company face. Yes. Number 4, information and communication. Information and communication is the internal control system must be communicated and informed to all employees of the company from top to bottom. Number 5, monitoring. Monitoring is the internal control system must be monitored regularly. If there is a significant deficiency, it must be reporting immediately to top management and to the board of commissioners. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Okay, the internal control is very important. Why? Because internal control, yeah, for the financial reporting, for provided many benefit to organization, yeah, including providing confidence regarding to reliabilities of their financial information and helping reduce unpleasant surprises. Effective internal control improve the quality of information, thereby allowing for more informed decision by internal and external user of the financial information. Okay, next slide, please. Yes, commitment to integrated and ethical value. Yes. Why? Why the management must to commitment, yeah, to commitment, yeah, uh, about the internal control, yeah, about the system, yes, uh, yes. The integrated what's the concept? Integrated is a concept relating to consistency in action. Yes, in action, value, methods, use, measures, principle, yes, expectation, and result. Yes, a person with integrity means having an honest personality and having a strong characters, and ethics is assessment of the nature of truth or an assessment of social action based on tradition carried out by the individual or group. And if doesn't a company not commit to make a internal control, maybe like a tall a tree without a fruit, yeah, we tall a tree without the fruit. Okay. Next slide. The second matter is about the green accounting. Yes. Yes, green accounting, there is very, very good. Yeah, it's very, very important. Yeah, where all human and nature activity come from a good, a God, and will return to God's activity. Yes. What definition of green accounting? Yes, green accounting, or now, and a green accounting is a type of accounting that tries to include and related informants, goes a factor to company activity. Green accounting provided an overview of efforts to protect the informant by combining the environmental benefit with the cost of economic decision through the company's financial results. Green accounting can identify the cost and benefit of environmental conservation through company activity in supporting sustainable develop in the field of climate change management. Next slide. What the function of the concept of grid accounting? To point once the internal function. Internal function, green accounting is applied as company management is managing environment conservation costs in making financial reporting for decision making. This concept provided as good overview of the application around the company is environment, so that is based on the grid environment. Second, the external function. The external function, grid accounting function as company management in influencing the decision of the stakeholder to make decision to cooperate such as customer, business partner, investor, and even the public. This concept is the responsibility of the company as financial reporting that is accountable and includes element of environment conservation costs. Yes, application of the concept of green accounting. The application of the green accounting, yeah, by companies is applied on small scale and or large scale through industrial activity and financial reports, because the company will not be separated from the obligation and responsibility to maintain environmental sustainability. There are many companies whose operational activity are just taking profit without paying attention to what can happen to environment. For example, felling trees for manufacturing activity, dumping factory waste, excessive use of papers, yeah, and even to use of plastic, yeah. Therefore, company need to pay attention to and include elements of environment cost in financial reporting by an accountant. The company assesses the environment cost need to preserve the environment through economy decision such as planting ornamental plant in the company environment, implementing environmentally friendly green building, and managing and allocation waste from company activity. Next slide. The nature of accounting, green accounting. Yes. One, relevant. Yeah. Relevant, green accounting providing information about the cost of an utilization and environment conservation, but environmental cost management must pay attention to monetarily and financial relevant for economy decision. Beside that is can be predicated from the point of view so that environmental conservation can be sustainable into the future. Second one, reliable, ya, memadai atau andal. Green accounting provided accurate data that can be built stakeholders' trust in environmental conservation. Green accounting hope to be able to explain the benefit and costs that are relevant for the needs of environment conservation. It is also better for companies to use methods that are in accordance with financial management for the needs of operational activity of the cost of environment utilization. Number three, easy to understand. Yes. Green accounting provide information and environmental utilization cost that can be understood by user of financial reports, so that the costs incurred are in accordance with the allocation of environment costs themselves, in order for the resulting financial statement to be easy understood. And accountants must provide financial information that is transparent and equitable for financial use, as as environment costs. Number 4, can be proven. Yeah, can be proven. The financial statement, they are produced and also including element of environmental cost must be proven. The company must be able to provide evidence of environmental conservation thoughts costs that have been used according to standards by the company. The evidence that can be presented is the use of the environment such as environmental plan around the company. The importance of implementing green accounting for companies in making in recording financial reporting by a corporate incorporating elements of environment conservation costs. Green accounting as hand accounting concept that care about the environments and support the realization of the to 2030, yeah, in the field of handling climate change. Okay. Okay. The hours research a green accounting. Yes, yeah, there is my research about the green accounting. Next slide, ma'am. Yes, Alhamdulillah, in the ADB, yeah, 2011 population below Indonesian national poverty line. Compare to other South Asian countries in the 2015. In Indonesia is number 5. Number 5, the poverty lines 10.9, and Source Legatum Institute in English 2017, Indonesian is number 5 again. Is 59.36%. Yeah, Indonesia prosperity index compared to other Southeast Asia countries. Okay, next slide, ma'am. And my problem research, yeah, my problem research in Malaysia, in Korea, Australia, and Filipina, and Indonesia is very, very lively for the product and the mission of the whole system in discuss about on the campus, the business world, the digital system, and others at this another step. And the problem, so second one, just judging from the case and error in America. It has caused a company from issue related to reputation, risk management, and competitive advantage and weakness in the financial system or performance of financial reporting. So that's the company come out of provision set by the regulator. As and underlines, in Indonesia, the Indonesia financial accounting standard don't require a company to disclose social information. As a result, what happened in corporate practice in only voluntary disclosure only. Yeah. So I make the research difference. There are still few study they use the Taoist string relation models in testing influencing between variable, namely performance of financial reporting, good corporate governance, other lifestyle, and auditings. Next slide, ma'am. The issues in underlines and the forwards. I'm not issued my research that are path forward are not environment, but I issued a social concern for the development of the human development and human well-being. Yes, next slide. The research times, yes, the research this study use the perspective on Tauhid string relation, yeah. We saw an mutually influencing relation between the variable studies and variable and two variables others. Next. The research methods respondents in these studies to 220 financial reporting organizing from 44 as companies, yeah, namely mining, services, manufacturing, retail, and trades company. And I adopt data analysis use the structure equation models methods, yes, from listener, Active.8, SPSS, and soft Excel. Next slide, ma'am. There is my frameworks. Yes. Next. Yes, result of research. Yeah, Alhamdulillah. The result of my research accepted. Yeah, just one not accepted. Yakni pair to CSR. Okay, next. And there is a result of research in Tauhidi string Tauhidi epistemology approach before, yeah, and after, Alhamdulillah, yeah. Variable to the other variable is very strong, yeah, strong and yes. So yes, well, there is human, yeah, all if stakeholders always to is still in the heart, yeah, to always pay attention, yeah, to human and the environments. So there is my research. I will show the strength, yeah, the strength of moral, yeah, moral arjat. Our lifestyle and good governance is very strong. Is very impact. Yes. Okay. Next slide, ma'am. Okay. The conclusion. Yes. All variables have the positive and significant effect on other variable except pair on CSR. The variable that has the greatest influence on CSR is our lifestyle. Yeah, with the TSR method is found the good corporate governance, performance of financial reporting, ala lifestyle, and independent audits simultaneously have an effect on disclosure of information responsibility in annual financial reporting in halal industry. Yes. With as in substitution a competition effect learning process in the forming source information accountability disclosure in annual financial reporting in the halal industry. Okay, there is enough my presentation. Thank you for participation. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Andrew, for the presentations. Actually, I'm very excited with audit and green accounting, and maybe I have a short resume. Yeah, I have short resume to clearly the presentations. First, the main function of an audit are to determine compliance with policies and procedures, and then detect fraud in the company. And a risk-based approach to an audit enable the internal auditors to identify risk correctly and allows management to put the right internal controls in place for the best performance. And that's the first presentation for Mr. Andrew, and the second is about the green accounting. And I think the foremost role of green accounting is to tackle the social and environmental problems, and may have impact on attaining sustainable development and environment in any country, and influence the company's behavior in confronting social and environmental responsibility issues. Okay. If you still confused, ladies and gentlemen or guys, yeah. Now we come to question and answer. For my information for Mr. Andrew, this participant is come from 9 countries, from Pakistan, Malaysia, and Singapore, and from there are many countries who join in our Zoom. So it's time for question and answers. There will be 2 sessions. Is it enough, Mr. Andrew?
Okay, enough. Alhamdulillah.
There will be 2 sessions. 2 sessions, and each is for 3 questions in English. Okay, please mention your name and your institutions, guys. Maybe you're still confused. Or what is this about the auditing? I'm still confused because auditing in accounting student is very, I think that's a very, I don't know, very complicated material in accounting student, right? Okay, please, all of students from all country and all participants in this Zoom. Is there any question from you all? Okay, there is no questions. Okay, if there's no question, maybe to begin the discussions, I will ask questions to, to begin the discussion, I will ask questions, Mr. Andrew. Maybe with the question, there is, as your background as a practitioner, yeah, Mr. Andrew, I want to ask what the difference of auditing method between the company that applied green accounting and the company without green accounting.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mila.
Mrs. Mila.
Miss Mila.
Yeah.
Yes, is very yes, there is about the audits and the green accounting. There is interrelated, yeah, in connected, yeah, connected, yeah. Why? Because the green accounting, yeah, then accounting uh,
Okay.
regarding
Sorry, I asked about the difference of auditing method. The
yes.
difference of auditing method between the company that applied.
Okay.
Yeah.
Methodnya is very different ya, Miss. Ya, kan maybe I want to speak Indonesia aja nggak apa-apa ya.
Okay, but
Because
yeah,
again,
because
why is very different because the audit have the methods once, yeah, the others once, and a green accounting. So about the management must to be voluntary, to in fact to be care about the environment, about the corporate society responsibility, about the public and others. Yes. But the audits, there is the methods. Yes, the method. You have to become an auditor. You have the skill. You have the skill and you have skill accountants. You have the make to experience to make prepare to financial statement. Yes, and the green accounting, there is green accounting must to enter to financial reporting. That's all. Yes.
okay.
You know, explain me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm very bad in English.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yes, because why we must to use English because more than 60% participants in the Zoom is come from another country. Yeah. Okay, guys, have you questions? Maybe you can chat, or maybe you can question not just about auditing, but you can just ask us where I come from, maybe, or where Mr. Budi come from, maybe.
Okay.
Okay, maybe you can chat. You can message in. Yeah. Via chatbot. Okay, I think
not yet.
hello.
Not yet.
Okay, or maybe there are already understand all about audit respects and all about green accounting because this is day 2. Okay, there is no questions.
Question, yeah. There's no question, yeah. Okay, enough, yeah.
Okay, if there is no questions, okay, I will close.
Yes,
presentations. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Budi Andrew, for your presentation today, and thank you for attending the sessions for everyone. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for all of us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mila.
Yes, enjoying this summer course. Have a great day. For Miss Pazrat Abu Bakar, hi. Yes, nice to meet you. Okay, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, wait for a while because the
committee. One permit to out there.
Okay.
Leave the meeting.
Wait. Because the committee will be there's another agenda. Mr. Andrew.
Okay. Thank you.
After this, we will take a picture together.
Okay. Thank you.
The MC.
Okay.
Is there any?
Thank you to participation in international summer course. Very, very thank you. I close to pray. Subhanakallah hamdika asyhadu an la anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, there is a, is there any committee? Okay, for MC, time and place for yours now.
Thank you, Miss Mila. Thank to Miss Mila who has guided the second lecture, and thank to Dr. Budiandru for the informative and insightful presentation. Here, we are awarding you a certificate of appreciation. Before we end this, we have a photo session. To Dr. Budiandru, please give a smile when I count until 3.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Thank you.
Okay. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Thank to
Okay.
Dr. Budiandru and Miss Mila for the time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now let us watch the introduced video from University of Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka and University of Muhammadiyah Tangerang.
Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan was the founder of the Muhammadiyah Islamic Organization, whose spirit has been enlightening, educating, and advancing people until recently. Buya Hamka is a figure of the nation's intellectual cleric, who inspires us to prepare young generations to excel in the domains of spiritual, intellectual, emotional, and social capability. University of Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka, or widely known as UHAMKA, is located in the center of the metropolitan city of Jakarta and is accessible to various means of the city transformation. Such an easy access has increased the university effectivity in providing quality education for the young generation. UHAMKA promotes the Islamic values and Muhammadiyah in its teaching and learning processes, and in many life aspects, preparing its graduates to excel intellectually and spiritually.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dengan lisensi akreditasi A yang kami miliki, lulusan UHAMKA bisa dengan mudah memasuki dunia kerja yang serba kompetitif maupun sukses dalam berwirausaha, karena UHAMKA membekali pribadi setiap lulusan berkarakter, cerdas, kreatif, dan inovatif di era industri 4.0 yang serba digital.
UHAMKA has 10 faculties with modern teaching and learning facilities and infrastructure, one of which is Faculty of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences. These faculties are supported by professional teaching staff as well as modern classroom.
Alasan saya memilih di UHAMKA adalah karena alat-alat yang lengkap dan tenaga-tenaga pengajar di sini adalah dosen-dosen yang profesional.
Laboratory facilities and infrastructure to prepare qualified graduates in health research. One of the leading sectors in the faculty is the research on the halal test of food ingredients. Such a research sector has been referred by many large companies in determining the halal category of a food product. The Faculty of Medicines is equipped with comprehensive laboratory facilities and always updates the teaching and learning materials with the current development of theories and application. The Faculty of Economics and Business prepares its graduates with sufficient competences in the field of Islamic economy and business. One among the courses presents the Islamic philanthropy. The teaching and learning facilities are supported with library and other teaching and learning resources that focus on the study of economy, accounting, management, and Islamic banking. The Faculty of Engineering runs a teaching and learning system that develops students' intelligence and skills in mastering their preferable field of study, allowing them to contribute directly to technology advancement and to prepare them to participate in the world of work.
Kami dari program studi teknik elektron dan alhamdulillah inilah hasil karya kita, robot pemadam api.
Faculty of Teacher Training and Pedagogy. The Faculty of Teacher Training and Pedagogy provides an intensive education to potential teaching staff and educators. It promotes each graduate to have sufficient skills and attitude, Islamic piety, general and specific competences at national and international level, maintaining UHAMKA's reputation as a reliable and trusted institution of teacher education.
Alasan saya kuliah di sini karena akreditasi A. Telah di sana segala gitu daftar di UHAMKA.
In preparing professional teachers, the teaching and learning process are supported by sufficient infrastructure and the current teaching method. This is to prepare future teachers who can contribute directly to the welfare of the community and to prepare the future of the nation's bright young generation. Faculty of Islamic Studies. The Faculty of Islamic Studies here is to prepare Islamic education teachers and to manage Islamic affiliated organizations. The Faculty of Psychology develops psychological sciences that is integrated with Islamic values to prepare for professional graduates that excel in various psychological professions. The Faculty of Health Sciences prepares qualified health workers through the development of health sciences to improve the welfare and health of the community. The Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, with the primary study program, namely Communication Science, prepares its graduates who excel in various fields of communication science. With the support of professional teachers, teaching and learning facilities, the faculty presents the real professional world to the students.
Saya mengambil jurusan ini karena fasilitas di Fisip UHAMKA sangatlah menunjang kebutuhan mahasiswa. Masuk UHAMKA, kalian nggak akan nyesal.
UHAMKA Graduate School. UHAMKA Graduate School addresses the challenges of students and practitioners who are willing to pursue higher levels of education, as well as to improve their profession and work competence.
Saya memilih UHAMKA karena untuk menunjang pendidikan dan karir saya ke depan, dan karena terakreditasi A sehingga membuat saya yakin untuk memilih kampus ini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pusat Neuroscience UHAMKA adalah lembaga yang mengkhususkan diri untuk mengkaji bagaimana ilmu tentang otak dan perilaku manusia diaplikasikan di berbagai bidang, seperti leadership, marketing, edukasi, dan sebagainya. Pusat Neuroscience UHAMKA adalah satu dari sangat sedikit lembaga yang mengkaji bidang itu di Indonesia. Jika ada di antara rekan-rekan semuanya yang ingin mendalami tentang otak manusia, silakan bergabung ke UHAMKA.
UHAMKA, a university that facilitates young people to excel in intellectual and spiritual intelligence. It prepares its graduates for global competition and the need of professionals in the Industrial Era 4.0.
Merupakan wadah berkumpulnya ide, semangat, gagasan, dan harapan sebagian besar warga Persyarikatan Muhammadiyah Kota Tangerang, bahkan Banten. Dengan 9 fakultas tempat bernaungnya 34 program studi yang diminati masyarakat, mereka percaya bahwa bersama UMT Indonesia, impian untuk kesejahteraan yang mendewasakan dapat tercapai. Namun, tahukah kita semua, UMT Indonesia bukannya seperti candi-candi yang dikisahkan dalam sebuah mitologi pewayangan. UMT Indonesia tidak hadir dalam kejapan mata.
tidak hadir dalam satu malam, bahkan tidak berdiri dengan kesaktian belaka. Ia dibangun dari sebuah mimpi besar orang tua, serta semangat kaum muda. Ia dibangun dengan kerja keras mereka, walau cibiran, pesimisme, hinaan, bahkan ketidaksetujuan datang saat itu. Apalah Cor, bukanlah kaum muda namanya, jika berhenti berjuang hanya karena banyaknya halangan dan rintangan. Karena di setiap semangat mereka tertanam keteduhan orang tua. Dalam kesulitan ada kemudahan. Fa innamal usri yusra, innamal usri yusra. Ketika UMT Indonesia berusia 3 tahun, tepatnya pada saat 2012, turbulensi menghadang, bahkan gelombang tsunami berusaha menggulung mereka. Emosi, khawatir, dan semangat pertikaian muncul saat itu. Namun, UMT Indonesia tidak memilih itu. UMT Indonesia memilih untuk menyelesaikan masalahnya dengan cara-cara yang patut, sesuai dengan kultur persyarikatan Muhammadiyah. Usia 3 tahun memang masih rapuh, akan tetapi UMT Indonesia dipaksa, ditarik agar ia mampu lebih dewasa, agar cita-cita mulia tetap berjalan. Kini, UMT Indonesia telah berusia 13 tahun. Bukan usia anak-anak memang, namun belum dewasa seutuhnya. Di usianya yang 13 tahun, bagaikan anak remaja yang sedang meniti cita-citanya menuju masa depan lebih baik. Banyak sudah yang datang dan pergi, memberi semangat baru serta harapan baru, menjadi bahan bakar percepatan menuju apa yang diimpikan bersama. UMT Indonesia bukanlah lagi berorientasi kepada dirinya, namun sudah mulai berorientasi kepada harapan serta impian banyak orang. UMT Indonesia paham, zaman telah berubah dan tantangan telah berganti. Masa digital telah menanti kita semua, di mana persaingan pun semakin sengit. Tidak sedikit yang menyerah karenanya. Akan tetapi, UMT Indonesia tetap berusaha agar dapat bertahan. Di usianya yang ke-13, UMT Indonesia berusaha untuk membahagiakan semuanya. Walau ia paham, tidak semuanya dapat dicapai dengan cepat. Karena bumi pun dibuat dengan proses yang lama, agar ia menjadi indah dan kuat. Akan tetapi, mungkinkah UMT Indonesia dapat bertahan hingga cita-citanya terwujud?
What an amazing video! Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to know about your impression to this event. Is there anyone want to share with us? From Philippines? Is there from Philippines? Is there anyone want to share with us from Philippines? Or from Vietnam? Is there? Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, or other country is there? Is there one to share with us? Okay, maybe I will choose from one of you. Bazli Fahri, is there Bazli Fahri? Hello? Hello, Bazli Fahri, are you with me? Okay, maybe another. Laika, is there Laika? Laika Mary? Miss Laika Mary.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Miss Laika. Am I right pronounce your name? Miss Laika?
Yes, Laika Marie.
Laika.
Yes.
Okay, Miss
From
Laika.
Philippines.
Thank you for your answering. Okay, Miss Laika, I want to know about your impression to this event. How your impression about this event?
how I envision this event. Okay. So, as per a Bachelor of Secondary Education student from Iloilo Science and Technology University, I am really happy that I was chosen as one of the participants in this event. So, I am expecting a lot of knowledge that I will be gaining from here together with my co-participants, Donalyn and John Ray. Um, and for this, so far 2 days of attending this event, my impression is that I am very moved and I gained a lot of knowledge so far from the speakers due to the instance that some of the topics are very new to me because I am an education student that is majoring in English, and accounting is somewhat like very far from our major. So that's why I accepted this challenge, and because I want to try something new, and I take this as an opportunity to grow. And I am looking forward for the next 3 days of this summer class. So it is very nice and great to be learning here with all of my co with my co-participants. Thank you.
Well, great, Miss Laika. Thank you for answering. Where are you from, Miss Laika? Sorry.
I am from the Philippines.
Philippine.
Yes.
Okay, Miss Laika. Maybe you can give us 3 words for this event. What is that? 3 words. Just
brilliant, amazing, and fun.
Okay, brilliant, amazing, and fun. Thank you, Miss Laika, for your answering. Maybe, Miss Laika, you can choose one of them from the participant to share with us. You just choose randomly. Okay, who is Miss Laika? Do you get it? Who will be next? Share with us.
Can we have Janessa Dile?
Sorry, who is that?
Miss Janessa Dile.
Miss Janessa? Am I right?
Yes, Janessa.
Okay, maybe Miss Janessa. Are you with me? Miss Janessa. Can you open your mic and camera? Miss Janessa? Is there? Okay, maybe Miss Laika, you can choose another one because Miss Janessa doesn't answer.
So, can I have Miss Crizame Tihenise?
Sorry, who is that? Maybe you can write down. Miss
Crizame. Miss Crizame.
Crizame? Maybe you can write down in chat room.
Sige.
Okay. Maybe there is no answer from Miss Misery, right? Maybe Miss Laika, you can choose another one, or who is the open camera is there? Miss Laika, come on, can you choose another one?
What about Miss Robelyn Efondo?
Sorry, I can hear you.
Miss Rovelyn Efondo.
Miss Robert Lee. Is there Miss Robert Lee? Hello, I just want to know about your impression in this event. Hello, Miss Robert Lee, are you with me? Hello? Maybe there is no answer. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Miss Laika, for the answering and time. You will always be great in the 3 days later. Thank you, Miss Laika. Okay,
Welcome.
maybe I will choose another one from Indonesia. Maybe is there from Indonesia? Hello, is there from Indonesia want to share with us? Okay, maybe Miss Rahma. Is there Miss Rahma? Hello, Miss Rahma. Are you with me? Hello, Miss Rahma. Or another one? Is they want to share with us about?
Yes.
Okay, who is that?
Is my video open?
No, I can see you. Who is that? Is that Rahma, right?
Yes, miss. But I think my video is error, so I can use it.
Okay, it's okay, Miss Rahma. Maybe Miss Rahma, you can tell us about the impression or your feelings in this agenda today. How is it, Miss Rahma?
Okay, Miss. First, I'm very thankful for letting me join this course because it is very great event. We talk about green accounting, and there are so many speakers that expert on his field or her field. So I really thankful, and it's really insightful presentation. Maybe I really enjoy it to become part of International Summer Course 2022.
Okay, thank you, Miss Rahma, for your sharing. Maybe Miss Rahma, you can give us 3 words. Describe this event. Can you, Miss Rahma? Just 3 words. Yes, just 3 words.
This is my uh, second time to join International Summer Course because last year I also joined the International Summer Course 2021, I think. It is, speak about Islamic economic. So I really hope this event will continue, not just for now, but I really expect this event to be more bigger and more cool with any expert speakers. Maybe in 3 words. Wow, it's very sudden. Maybe it's great and fun and very education. Maybe that's
Okay.
all. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Miss Rahma, for your describing. We hope you will enjoy in the next event, okay, Miss Rahma? We will wait you,
I
okay?
will wait for next year, maybe, Miss.
Okay, Miss Rahma. Thank you, Miss Rahma, for your sharing.
Thank you, Miss.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind all of you about the requirement for passing the course is to do an assignment by summarizing the material each day. Write your views on what is happening in your country. And don't forget to fill out the attendance list through the Online Learning UHAMKA or OLU and Google Form in WhatsApp group for each session by checking the empty box. Well, dear all participants, we would like to inform you about our break time. We give you an hour to break and the next agenda will begin at 1:30 p.m. according to Jakarta, Indonesia time zone. I repeat once more, and the next agenda will begin at 1:30 p.m. according to Jakarta, Indonesia time zone. See you.
Recording stopped. It's closer than my hands have been. I'm jealous of the rain. I'm jealous of the wind that ripples through your clothes. It's closer than your shadow. I'm jealous of the wind, 'cause I wished you the best of all this world could give. And I told you when you left me, there's nothing to forgive. But I always thought you'd come back, tell me all you found was heartbreak and misery. It's hard for me to say I'm jealous of the way you're happy without me. I'm jealous of the nights that I don't spend with you. I'm wondering who you lay next to. I'm jealous of the nights. I'm jealous of love, love that wasn't here, gone for someone else to share. Oh, I'm jealous of the love, 'cause I wished you the best of all this world could give. And I told you when you left me, there's nothing to forgive. But I always thought you'd come back, tell me all you found was heartbreak and misery. It's hard for me to say I'm jealous of the way you're happy without me. As I sink in the sand, watch you slip through my hands. Oh, as I die here another day, 'cause all I do is cry behind this smile. I wish you the best of all this world could give. And I told you when you left me, there's nothing to forgive. But I always thought you'd come back, tell me all you found was heartbreak and misery. It's hard for me to say I'm jealous of the way you're happy without me. It's hard for me to say I'm jealous of the way you're happy without me. Oh, it hurts the most, 'cause I don't know the cause. Maybe I shouldn't have cried when you left and told me not to wait. Oh, it kills the most to say that I still care. Now I'm left trying to rewind the times you held and kissed me there. just crying 'cause I can't escape what could have been. Are you aware when you set me free? All I can do is let my heart bleed. Oh, it's harder when you can't see through their thoughts. Not that I wanna get in, but I wanna see how your mind works. No, it's harder when they don't know what they've done. Thinking it's best that they leave, meaning that I'll have to move on. No, I wonder if you're thinking it, she alright all alone. I wonder if you tried to call but couldn't find your phone. Have I ever crossed your thoughts because your name's all over mine? A moment in time, don't watch me cry. A moment in time, don't watch me cry. I'm not crying 'cause you left me on my own. I'm not crying 'cause you left me with no warning. I'm just crying 'cause I can't escape what could have been. Are you aware when you set me free? All I can do is let my heart bleed. All I want is nothing more to hear you knocking at my door. 'Cause if I could see your face once more, I could die a happy man, I'm sure. When you said your last goodbye, I died a little bit inside. I lay in tears in bed all night, alone without you by my side. But if you loved me, why'd you leave me? Take my body, take my body. All I want is, and all I need is to find somebody. I'll find somebody like you. So you brought out the best in me, a part of me I've never seen. You took my soul and wiped it clean. Our love was made for movie screens. But if you loved me, These men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't
welcome back to all participants. The next agenda is ice breaking, which will be delivered by Miss Devita. To Miss Devita, the time and place are yours.
Thank you. Hello everyone. Are you still enthusiastic about joining this summer course? Before we enter the next material, we will play a quiz first. Do you know where we'll play the quiz? We will play quiz on quizzes. How to join quizzes? First, open the Zoom chat room, then click the link that will be sent by the committee. Then enter the code. The code will be sent by the committee in the Zoom chat room, and after that submit the code. Then type your name in the box and submit it. Your name will appear on the screen. Okay, let's join the quiz, guys. In the chat room, a link and code have been sent to play the quiz. And now there are already 25 participants. Come on, guys. We are waiting for other participants to join soon. Don't forget to open the Zoom chat room, then click the link that will be sent by committee. Then enter the code. The code will be sent by the committee in the Zoom chat room. And after that, submit the code. Then type your name in the name box and submit it. Your name will appear on the screen. Let's join, guys. The quiz code is 300048. Come on, guys. Come on to join, guys. In the chat room, a link and code have been sent to play the quiz. Don't forget to open the Zoom chat room, then click the link that will be sent by the committee. Then enter the code. The code will be sent by the committee in the Zoom chat room, and after that, submit the code. Type your name in the name box and submit it. Your name will appear on the screen. The quiz code is 300048. Come on, guys. I repeat again, the code is 300048. Come on, guys. Have you joined, guys? And now, let's start the quiz. participants, then I will return it to the master of ceremony.
Thanks to Miss Devita for the fun ice breaking. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the last lecture by Miss Haj Linda Rohyati Fatimah, MSI. And the topic is Sustainability, Creating Share Value, Environmental Accounting, which will be delivered by our moderator, Dr. Ifi Imania. To Dr. Ifi Imania, the time and place are yours.
Well, thank you for the Master of Ceremony. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Well, today, before we start, perhaps the committee will play the video related to Banten culture, is it? For the committee? Excuse me?
Yes, Miss.
Okay.
Please wait. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Halo,
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
mohon izin ini Bu Dr. Ivi Mania. Barangkali sebelum saya memperkenalkan diri, saya menyajikannya dengan bahasa Indonesia, tidak apa-apa?
Tidak apa-apa. Tapi excuse me Bu, nanti akan ada video dulu sebelum kita tampil. Apakah video dulu atau Ibu dulu yang akan presentasi?
Video saja dulu.
Oke. Oke. Tidak apa-apa Ibu.
Ya.
acara ini sehingga kelihatan hidup, kelihatan meriah.
Okay, well, the participant, that's a short video about Banten culture. Then please welcome. Today we have Human Resources of Tourism and Creative Economy, Mrs. Linda Muhtadi. Well, actually, current green accounting practices tend to focus on parallel reporting with financial accounting. Although this topic encourages the creation of new methodologies, green accounting is still largely voluntary and unaudited. In Indonesia, disclosure of information about environmental accounting is also voluntary, and there are no firm rules governing this matter. As a result, many business entitles have not disclosed information about green accounting and environmental accounting properly. Well, the main challenges, of course, actually for implementing green accounting today are first determining the scale of changes in human activities needed to prevent environmental degradation and combining several references into a metric of measurement. And then the second one, in terms of effectiveness, to encourage changes in human behavior related to environmental awareness. And then, of course, in other words, the effective of green accounting requires a green economy. Now, please welcome our Our topic today is about green accounting, will be delivered by Miss Linda Mutadi. Before we start to continue the discussion, actually, I'll try to read the curriculum vitae of Miss Linda Rohayati Fatima. He's from Serang, and then his last education. Her last education is Master of Regional Government Management. She is now head of Human Resources Development for Tourism and Creative Economy, the agency of Banten Province Tourism Office. Well, please, Miss Linda, for the materials.
Baik. Ini saya mohon maaf menyampaikannya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia ini.
It's okay, Ibu.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yang saya hormati seluruh pendidik di Universitas Profesor Dr. Hamka yang barangkali saya tidak berkesempatan untuk dapat memanggil satu persatu dengan nama dan jabatannya. Dan juga yang saya hormati seluruh peserta seminar pada siang hari ini. Izinkan sebelum saya memberi kabar atau menginformasikan tentang kepariwisataan di Banten ini, saya barangkali ingin menjelaskan bahwa kami berada di Dinas Pariwisata Provinsi Banten yang memiliki beberapa bidang atau yang memiliki tugas dan tanggung jawabnya berdasarkan sub daripada bidang di dalam Dinas Pariwisata Provinsi Banten. Salah satunya adalah saya sebagai Kepala Bidang Pengembangan Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Dinas Pariwisata Provinsi Banten, satu daripada bidang yang mendukung program kerja daripada Dinas Pariwisata yang memiliki 4 bidang-bidang lainnya, yakni terdapat bidang pemasaran, lalu ada bidang destinasi, ada bidang industri dan ekonomi kreatif. Lalu izinkan barangkali pemaparan materi ini didasarkan kepada kebijakan, pemaparan kebijakan daripada kebijakan pembangunan kepariwisataan khususnya di Provinsi Banten. Sampaikan juga barangkali kepada putra-putri yang sudah pasti mumpuni, yang dalam hal ini barangkali tengah mengambil materi-materi yang kaitannya mungkin diantaranya pariwisata menjadi bagian daripada kegiatan dalam seminar ini. Bapak Ibu, para peserta seminar, di dalam pembangunan kepariwisataan di Provinsi Banten ini, kami memiliki misi pembangunan yang sudah digagas oleh pemimpin kami, yang sudah digunakan ketika tahun 2020 hingga nanti ke depan 2024, dengan masa kepemimpinan nanti juga dalam keadaan kepemimpinan yang baru. Barangkali izinkan bahwa di Dinas Pariwisata ini mengikuti 5 arahan Presiden yang sudah kita laksanakan, yakni yang pertama adalah tentang pembangunan kualitas SDM, lalu tentang pembangunan infrastruktur sebagai bentuk pendukungan pelaksanaan pariwisata, dan juga tentang penyerahan birokrasi, terakhir adalah transformasi ekonomi. 5 arahan dari Bapak Presiden Republik Indonesia ini menjadi dasar daripada kebijakan keberlangsungan tentang proses pembangunan kepariwisataan, khususnya kami yang berada di level Provinsi Banten. Di dalam kegiatannya, di dalam masa atau mengemban misi pembangunan di 2020 hingga 2024 ini, kami berupaya selalu memprioritaskan tentang peningkatan kualitas manusia Indonesia yang khususnya adalah dari sektor kepariwisataan. Dan juga kami lebih berupaya menjemput bola, dengan kata lain kami berbicara langsung kepada masyarakat pelaku pariwisata dengan tidak mengesampingkan dari tugas pemerintah daerah di kabupaten kota sebanten ini. Perlu juga kami kabarkan bahwa di Provinsi Banten memiliki 4 kabupaten dan 4 kota. Sejak tahun 2000 kami sudah mengikrarkan diri menjadi Provinsi Banten yang terpisah dari Jawa Barat. Sehingga kami sudah melakukan kegiatan pengadministrasian maupun tugas serta tanggung jawab terlepas daripada Provinsi Jawa Barat selaku provinsi yang selama ini bersama-sama dengan kami semua. Hampir kami berada dan tinggal di wilayah Kota Serang, tepatnya di Kabupaten Serang, yang sudah berumur ratusan tahun bersama-sama dengan Provinsi Jawa Barat. Tapi kami sejak tahun 2000, kami memisahkan diri dan mengikrarkan diri menjadi Provinsi Banten. Salah satu provinsi yang kelahirannya bersamaan dengan Provinsi Bangka Belitung. Kemudian dilanjutkan bahwa di dalam misi pembangunan kami ini pun kami serta-merta di dalam proses berkegiatan secara administrasinya selalu menjunjung di dalam struktur ekonomi yang produktif, mandiri, dan berdaya saing. Dewasa ini dengan keadaan kita yang sudah mengenal era digitalisasi ini, sangat sulit sekali bahwa kami ketika ingin memajukan sebuah potensi daerah yang memiliki objek wisata, tanpa berjibaku mengajak peran serta masyarakat untuk sama-sama mendukung pemerintah yang sama-sama juga melahirkan kemandirian secara ekonominya guna untuk menopang ekonomi keluarganya dan nanti pada saatnya adalah dapat meningkatkan perekonomian secara hak daripada kami juga yang mendukung pemerintahan daerahnya. Begitu kami mengetahui potensi-potensi yang dimiliki oleh masyarakat, kami biasanya mengadakan persuasif pendekatan kepada seluruh masyarakat yang berada di sektor pariwisata untuk berjibaku membesarkan, mengangkat, serta mengupayakan kegiatan kepariwisataan ini dapat dijadikan sebagai kegiatan perekonomian di dalam guna mendukung pembangunan Provinsi Banten. Ini yang menjadi capaian atau target daripada misi pembangunan kami dari Pemprov Banten. Karena pada dasarnya juga mohon izin sedikit saya tidak terpaku ke dalam materi, bahwa Dinas Pariwisata ini memiliki tematik pariwisata. Apa itu tematik pariwisata? Tematik pariwisata adalah organisasi atau kebijakan yang ditunjuk oleh Bapak Presiden kepada Kementerian Pariwisata. Sehingga turunannya adalah kepada kami daerah di Provinsi Banten ketika akan melakukan pembangunan secara fisik, secara ke-SDM-an dan yang lainnya, bahwa kepariwisataan itu tidak dapat berdiri sendiri. Akan tetapi kami semua membutuhkan campur tangan daripada pendukung-pendukung kelahiran daripada keberhasilan dari potensi-potensi pariwisata. Siapa saja yang memang menjadikan tematik pariwisata di lingkungan Provinsi Banten. Kami selalu bergandengan tangan dengan Dinas Pemukiman dan Perumahan dan Pemukiman, di mana dinas tersebut adalah diberikan kewenangan untuk mendukung di dalam kegiatan pembangunan, khususnya ketika di sektor pariwisata berada di desa-desa wisata yang memiliki kewajiban untuk meningkatkan pertumbuhan perekonomian dari segi hunian yang dapat dibangun oleh masyarakat setempat, biasanya juga didukung dahulu oleh pemerintah daerah, sehingga Perkim ini menjadikan salah satu OPD atau organisasi perangkat daerah yang mendukung keberadaan dan kelahiran daripada pertumbuhan perekonomian dari sektor pariwisata. Lalu kami juga selalu bersama-sama dengan PU, dengan Dinas Perhubungan, di mana Dinas Perhubungan ini memiliki tugas dan pokok juga mengawal kelahiran di mana pertumbuhan dari sektor pembangunan dari mulai infrastruktur hingga proses jalan menuju ke objek wisata perlu didukung oleh berbagai dinas. Sehingga tematik pariwisata ini hampir beberapa dinas bersama-sama dengan kita untuk melahirkan sebuah kesempatan untuk memajukan daripada potensi yang ada di kabupaten kota. Ini menjadi salah satu bagian daripada misi pembangunan kami. Maka kami selalu bersama-sama di dalam konteks yang memang sudah dikuatkan dengan sebutan sebagai tematik pariwisata. Mohon izin kami tidak membahas secara langsung barangkali dan saya akan mencoba menyambungkan dengan 7 agenda pembangunan dari Dinas Pariwisata khususnya Pemprov Banten bahwa ketahanan ekonomi dan pertumbuhan yang berkualitas serta berkeadilan ini juga menjadi target daripada kinerja kami semua ketika mengetahui jumlah dan teman-teman yang memiliki kebiasaan berkehidupan dari sektor pariwisata, maka kami menyentuhnya hingga ke ujung daripada Banten. Karena Banten ini jika dilihat dari garis wilayah perairan, Banten sangatlah panjang garis perairannya dan berbatasan dengan Provinsi Jawa Barat, tepatnya jika berada di selatan perbatasan antara Sukabumi, Jawa Barat dengan Banten Selatan, yakni Sawarna. Barangkali tadi Bapak Ibu sempat melihat tayangan kami, ada Pantai Sawarna, itu adalah menjadi salah satu pantai unggulan kami yang alhamdulillah selama ini sering digunakan sebagai tempat berliburnya masyarakat internasional, khususnya mereka yang memiliki kebiasaan atau keinginan berlibur dengan menggunakan fasilitas kebutuhan olahraganya, karena sebagian di wilayah Banten Selatan pantainya masih terbuka dengan luas dan masih menyajikan ombak yang sangat besar sehingga perselancar khususnya dari Australia, Amerika cenderung lebih banyak standby di kawasan Banten Selatan tersebut. Dan ini juga barangkali perlu kami kabarkan atau saya beri kabar bahwa salah satu kepala bidang di destinasi yang bagiannya adalah dari Dinas Pariwisata Provinsi Banten memiliki tugas secara khusus mendata, menjadikan potensi-potensi yang baru tumbuh, potensi yang sedang berkembang, dan potensi yang sudah dapat ditinggalkan secara mandiri, ini menjadi bagian tugas pokoknya. Dan ini ada di salah satu bidang di Dinas Pariwisata Provinsi Banten. Kemudian ada pengembangan wilayah untuk mengurangi kesenjangan. Banyak terdapat di wilayah Banten ini yang memiliki kesenjangan secara ekonomi, akan tetapi saya secara spesifik karena bertugas untuk menyampaikan di sektor kepariwisataan, maka saya akan mengabarkan tentang kepariwisataan atau masyarakat kepariwisataan di Banten ini. Dewasa ini hampir sudah puluhan tahun di Banten ini yang memiliki potensi pekerjaan yang tadinya turun-temurun dapat dilaksanakan pekerjaan dan dinikmati oleh seluruh putra-putrinya hingga menjadi turunannya sangatlah baik sebelum terjadinya beberapa kejadian alamiah yang memang kebetulan potensinya di daerah Banten ini adalah menjadi potensi yang lebih sering terdapat musibah seperti tsunami, gempa, banjir, dan yang lainnya. Sehingga salah satu yang menjadi bagian target kinerja daripada kami Dinas Pariwisata berupaya bersama-sama dengan Kementerian Pariwisata dan juga kami mengupdatekan situasi, bertanya kepada pemilik wilayah yakni kabupaten kota bersama-sama untuk dapat menginformasikan kebutuhan apa yang bisa disentuh oleh kami dari pusat, dari daerah maupun nanti dari kabupaten, agar tidak terjadi ketupang tindihan ketika informasi itu akan kami telusuri menjadi sebuah dukungan kegiatan atau memberikan dukungan peran serta pembangunan di dalam sektor kepariwisataan. Biasanya itu kami selalu mengangkat, karena kebetulan saya adalah Kepala Bidang Pengembangan SDM, Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif, di mana adalah salah satu bidang yang memang potensinya adalah mencerdaskan kehidupan daripada masyarakat kepariwisataan di seluruh Banten ini. Sehingga tangan-tangan kami atau mitra kami melalui organisasi kepariwisataan biasanya kami menyentuh dengan memberikan atau memfasilitasi kegiatan yang memang mereka butuhkan. Banyak sekali mitra-mitra pariwisata yang kami punya, di antaranya adalah lembaga penyelamat wisata air yang memang karena di kita banyak sekali potensi alamnya berada di sekitar wilayah Kabupaten Serang, Kabupaten Pandeglang, Kabupaten Lebak, dan ada Kota Serang yang memiliki wilayah garis pantai, pegunungan, serta hutan, sehingga itu memerlukan kebutuhan daripada tingkat organisasi untuk bisa mengawalnya bersama-sama dengan kami, karena mereka menjadi kepanjangan tangan kami. Selain kota yang memang baru terlahir atau kota yang kebetulan berada di wilayah kota administratif, yang memang tingkat daripada objeknya adalah lebih kecenderungannya objek buatan, maka peran serta organisasi di sini pun tetap akan ada. Sehingga kami merasa bahwa SDM yang berada di wilayah Provinsi Banten diharapkan mampu atau berkualitas serta mampu berdaya saing menyongsong era digitalisasi. Karena dewasa ini pariwisata adalah salah satu bisnis yang paling cepat viral atau cepat naik ketika media sosial sudah mendukung untuk mengawal kelahiran daripada potensi objek-objek di sekitar kita semua. Dan saya berkesempatan barangkali mengucapkan terima kasih ketika nanti seluruh audien atau peserta kiranya ingin bersama-sama melihat potensi-potensi yang berada di daerah Banten, khususnya tentang objek wisata, baik yang alam maupun yang buatan, kiranya menjadi bagian daripada peran serta teman-teman dari perguruan tinggi, baik masyarakat juga sekitar yang akan mendukung dengan kehadirannya teman-teman berada di desa-desa wisata atau bisa berkunjung. Itu menjadikan satu harapan kami untuk sama-sama menjadi mitra yang bersama-sama ingin mempromosikan objek-objek wisata di daerah Banten. Kemudian infrastruktur dan ekonomi hampir 4 tahun ini di bawah kepemimpinan Bapak Wahidin Halim dan Bapak Andika Azrumi, kegiatan kami lebih cenderung ke dalam pembangunan infrastruktur dibandingkan dengan promosi kepariwisataan. Kenapa demikian? Dulu arahan daripada Bapak Gubernur, dibangunkannya sebuah jalan yang menuju atau akses yang menuju ke objek wisata menjadi baik, itu adalah salah satu runtutan yang paling dianggap mampu untuk dapat kita promosikan. Dibandingkan kita membuat dulu revitalisasi di titik objek, tetapi jalan menuju sarana, menuju ke objek belum sangat mendukung. Sehingga direncanakan di tahun 2024 dan seterusnya ini adalah menjadi tahun promosi daripada kami Dinas Pariwisata Provinsi Banten setelah beberapa keberhasilan dari, menurut kami, keberhasilan yang sudah diciptakan oleh pemimpin kami melalui revitalisasi kawasan Kesultanan Banten, lalu banyak sekali jalan-jalan atau infrastruktur menuju ke titik objek wisata sudah diperbaiki hingga berharap mudah-mudahan kunjungan angka wisatawan semakin meningkat. Jadi itulah beberapa agenda pembangunan yang sedang difokuskan kepada pemerintah Provinsi Banten, khususnya dari sektor kepariwisataan. Lalu ada 4 pilar arah kebijakan pembangunan di dalam pariwisata Banten ini. Tadi sudah saya jelaskan bahwa kegiatan kepariwisataan di dalam pembangunannya secara ekonomi, secara ke-SDM-annya sedang tumbuh dan berkembang bersama-sama seiring dengan musibah juga yang baru terjadi, karena perlu seluruh peserta ketahui hampir 3 tahun ini kami pun sempat mengalami kegiatan hampir hanya 1 kali di dalam 1 tahun kegiatan untuk pendukungan potensi pariwisata. Karena dana anggaran dari pemerintah daerah sesuai arahan dan instruksi dari pimpinan difokuskan kepada proses penyelenggaraan pendukungan kesehatan daripada kasus pandemik ini. Sehingga baru di tahun 2022 ini upaya-upaya kami menggeliat di dalam berkegiatan yang mendukung ke arah potensi pariwisata. 4 pilar kebijakan pembangunan pariwisata. Di antaranya adalah tentang peningkatan daya tarik dan daya saing di destinasi. Kami perlu memfokuskan bahwa daya saing, daya tarik adalah menjadi bagian keharusan, menjadi tugas bersama. Lebih-lebih kepada tugas ini menjadikan bagian yang harus kami awali dengan dasar berpromosi, dengan dasar memetakan, dengan dasar mencari potensi-potensi dari daerah yang ada. Itu wajib bersama-sama kita angkat, kita dukung untuk memberikan salah satu peranan sebagai potensi menjadikan daya saing daripada kegiatan kepariwisataan yang tumbuh dan kembang. Dan kemudian ada pembangunan di sini dapat dikatakan sebagai pembangunan industri dan ekonomi kreatif di kawasan Banten. Kebetulan di kawasan Banten ini atau di destinasi Banten ini banyak sekali kekhasan masyarakat yang dimiliki dari mulai kuliner, ekonomi kreatif dan yang lainnya. Akan tetapi dukungannya memang masih belum maksimal. Tetapi peran kami membuat jejaring terhadap perbankan di Banten, dan kami juga sudah banyak dibantu oleh Bank Indonesia, perwakilan Banten, bersama-sama memetakan tingkat daripada kemajuan yang dapat dikembangkan atau ditumbuhkan dari sektor cenderamata, kuliner, dan potensi-potensi dari sektor pariwisata terus saja ditingkatkan. Karena alhamdulillah rencananya Bapak Kepala Dinas Pariwisata Provinsi Banten akan melahirkan satu gagasan di mana akan mencoba menerapkan ketika akan memasuki kawasan objek wisata, akan ada penerapan dari mulai angka kunjungannya hingga berapa harga yang akan memasuki ke daerah wilayah daripada objek wisata akan diseragamkan sesuai dengan aturan Pergub yang kami punya. Walaupun pada dasarnya hak daripada prerogatifnya adalah pemiliknya adalah kabupaten dan kota. Dan ini sedang kita gagas dan mungkin kelahiran ini akan juga disertai dengan Bank Indonesia yang ingin mengawal bahwa keberadaan rencana tiketing satu pintu ini di seluruh Banten ini akan menjadikan Bank Indonesia hadir bersama-sama di dalam menyongsong kelahiran daripada teknik digitalisasi, karena barangkali nanti akan digunakan, kemungkinannya adalah akan menggunakan uang digital ketika akan datang ke objek-objek wisata. Ini adalah salah satu yang dilahirkan oleh pimpinan kami yang baru menjabat kurang lebih 4 bulan, karena hampir beberapa kali kami hanya ditempatkan oleh PLT, sehingga belum memberikan gebrakan yang besar, juga didasari atas kegiatan pandemik yang kemarin. Kemudian bahwa kami peningkatan kapasitas pelaku kepariwisataan dan ekonomi kreatif, kami biasanya memberikan dukungan dari mulai pembinaan, pelatihan, serta mensertifikasi daripada keahlian-keahlian yang dimiliki oleh peran pelaku teman-teman di lingkungan kepariwisataan. Sangat menarik menurut kami ketika saya baru tadi malam mendapatkan disposisi dari Bapak Kepala Dinas bahwa hari ini untuk menyampaikan materi tentang kegiatan hari ini, bahwa jujur kami sangat berkesempatan bersama-sama ingin mewujudkan harapan daripada kebutuhan peningkatan di dalam fungsi daripada green accounting ini, karena menurut kami kegiatan ini adalah kegiatan yang sangat dibutuhkan. Karena kami mencoba mencari tahu bahwa ternyata kegiatan yang digagas oleh atau diinisiasi oleh UHAMKA ini adalah memiliki fungsi yang sangat internal dan eksternalnya ini mampu akan bisa diterapkan di Dinas Pariwisata Provinsi Banten. Selaras dengan ini barangkali Bapak Ibu mohon izin kepada teman-teman di lingkungan pendidik daripada perguruan tinggi ini, kiranya ketika ada pengabdian masyarakat atau ketika akan ada proses penyertaan di dalam kegiatan yang baru dilahirkan ini, kami dari Dinas Pariwisata bisa bersama-sama, ikut bersama-sama mendukung kegiatan ini, karena keberadaan kami tidak jauh dari alam, keberadaan kami tidak pernah jauh dari potensi-potensi alam. Sehingga ketika ada peran secara upaya bisnis ini dapat dikatakan atau dapat dikembangkan melalui sektor kepariwisataan khususnya untuk pendukungan daripada green accounting ini, kiranya mudah-mudahan kami dapat berperan serta memasukkan juga ketika ada tawaran, ketika ada kemampuan, karena sektor yang paling menjanjikan dewasa ini adalah memang kemajuan tentang kepariwisataan. Jadi ketika kami membaca tentang harapan kegiatan daripada pengembangannya, bahwa kepariwisataan mudah-mudahan terkait erat, sehingga kami bersama-sama ikut melahirkan sebuah gagasan ini, Dan kami adalah menjadi pionir daripada kepariwisataan, karena izinkan kami di lingkungan Provinsi Banten seluruh kabupaten kota yang memiliki wilayah daripada kegiatan objek wisata tersebut tidak lepas daripada struktur atau organisasi atau peraturan yang kami terapkan sebagai kepanjangan tangan dari pemerintah pusat atau Kementerian Pariwisata. Karena strategi yang kami punya selain aksesibilitas, atraksi, dan amenitas barangkali bersama-sama dapat juga Bapak Ibu hadirkan ketika memang mahasiswa yang mampu mengemban amanah untuk mempromosikan salah satu daerah di Indonesia ini adalah Banten menjadi bidikannya, sehingga barangkali Banten dapat dikenal luas di seluruh dunia. Karena tanpa dukungan atau peran serta dari perguruan tinggi, mustahil kami dapat berkembang. Karena unsur daripada akademisi ini adalah menjadi salah satu bagian pentahelik yang sangat kami dukung dan sangat kami kuatkan ikatan atau jalinan dan jaringan kekuatan komunikasi ini. Tentu barangkali meningkat daripada kegiatan yang secara pembangunannya dari pemerintah kami dari pariwisata ini, kami ingin menyambungkan bahwa pengaruh terhadap pembangunan dan perkembangan kepariwisataan ini ada 3 poin yang bisa saya ambil kesempatan untuk sama-sama dianggap perlu bersama-sama kita pikirkan. Bahwa di dalam mempengaruhi terutama sektor industri pariwisata ini, kreativitas atau kemampuan daripada masyarakat harus terus mampu menjaga dedikasinya bahwa Indonesia, bahwa lingkungan daripada kita kecenderungannya adalah memang memiliki alam yang sangat indah. Sehingga kami tidak segan-segan memberikan edukasi kepada seluruh masyarakat bahwa menjaga lingkungan di sekitar destinasi wisata melalui konservasi lingkungan yang berkelanjutan selalu kami dukung, selalu kami kawal, sehingga kelahirannya mereka pun memiliki organisasi-organisasi yang selalu bersama-sama dengan kami dan selalu juga biasanya kami fasilitasi. Karena perlu Bapak Ibu ketahui, banyak organisasi yang selalu menyentuh langsung kepada objek dari wisata. Contoh kecilnya adalah apabila Bapak Ibu memiliki segmen untuk berwisata ke gunung atau ke pantai, salah satu gunung salah satu organisasi yang menyangkut tentang pendaki gunung dan yang lainnya, kami miliki organisasinya, yakni Asosiasi Pendaki Gunung. Karena di Indonesia sudah ada, maka di Banten pun sudah ada. Sehingga dewasa ini kelahiran daripada organisasi itu sangat mendukung kegiatan atau program daripada pemerintah. Untuk itu, mudah-mudahan pengaruh terhadap pembangunan kepariwisataan di ekonomi kreatif ini menjadi bagian yang sangat tidak lepas bahwa konservasi lingkungan ini wajib kita jaga bersama-sama. Berikutnya adalah bahwa lingkungan yang asri, yang hijau, serta terkelola dengan baik di sekitar industri pariwisata dan ekonomi kreatif juga akan menarik minat wisatawan yang akan berkunjung. Harapannya adalah dari lokal, nasional, maupun mancanegara. Dan pada akhirnya kami dari Dinas Pariwisata Provinsi Banten menganggap bahwa seluruh destinasi yang kami miliki, dari mulai destinasi atau wisata alam yang memang lebih kecenderungan berada di sekitar selatan di Kabupaten Lebak khususnya, yang paling banyak memiliki gunung, curug, perairan, serta hutan, ini pun menjadi target daripada upaya kita segala sektor, segala yang ada di dalam potensi-potensi kedaerahan dimulai dari desa wisatanya dapat tumbuh dan berkembang. Dan izinkan barangkali saya memberi kabar bahwa setiap tahun dari Kementerian Pariwisata melaksanakan kegiatan lomba potensi desa wisata atau potensi desa wisata yang sudah berkembang atau potensi wisata yang baru tumbuh atau embrio, biasanya sudah ada perlombaannya. Dan kami Banten walaupun belum masuk 10 besar, embrionya kami pernah masuk 50 besar di skala nasional, karena embrio desa wisata berada di titik-titik desa. Dan kita bisa bayangkan se-Indonesia desa-desa di Indonesia ini sangat banyak, dan sudah menjadikan satu kebanggaan buat kami dibidiklah desa wisata yang berada di Provinsi Banten ini dan masuk tahun lalu menjadi 50 unggulan rintisan desa wisata se-Indonesia. Dan insya Allah prosesnya setelah menjadikan desa wisata rintisan nasional, kabupaten, provinsi bersama-sama berjibaku memberikan supporting dari mulai pengkayaan proses SDM-nya maupun pendukungan dari amenitasnya, atraksinya, dan keseluruhan secara umum tentang peningkatan disebutnya sebagai desa wisata kelak. Jadi insya Allah hampir 2 tahun ini kami sedang mendekati atau persuasif di kawasan Kabupaten Serang dan juga ada desa rintisan di Kota Serang. Jadi barangkali nanti berkesempatan untuk bermain-main atau berkunjung, silahkan bersama-sama dengan kami untuk mendata berapa banyak desa wisata ataupun daerah-daerah yang patut bersama-sama diangkat untuk menjadi lebih baik lagi. Ini keterkaitan antara pemerintah Provinsi Banten yang melalui Dinas Pariwisata ini bekerja sama sangat erat dengan kabupaten kota dan juga stakeholder dan masyarakat, sehingga di dalam melakukan pengembangan dengan kualitas layanan kepariwisataan dan ekonomi kreatifnya melalui juga kegiatan yang kami gelar seperti seminar, workshop, dan pelatihan kepada pelaku-pelaku pariwisata, baik industri pariwisata maupun masyarakat pariwisata. Sehingga barangkali kami juga perlu tahu apabila nanti di perguruan tinggi Profesor Dr. Hamka ini banyak yang mumpuni, banyak yang bisa memberikan arahan atau ilmunya kepada para masyarakat yang khususnya pelaku pariwisata, kita bisa bertukar informasi, karena biasanya kami sangat ingin membutuhkan ketika ada kajian, ketika kami ada kegiatan yang sifatnya memberikan pemahaman kepada masyarakat pun, kami sangat membutuhkan peran serta dari Bapak, Ibu yang berada di perguruan tinggi. Kegiatan pemerintah melalui Dinas Pariwisata ini biasanya berjibaku untuk sama-sama fokus ke dalam beberapa tujuan yang akan dikembangkan. Kami selalu memetakan potensi-potensi yang berada di Banten ini. Tidak saja potensi ini diukur dari yang sudah berkembang atau yang embrio, tapi kami mencoba menyentuhnya di ranah embrio kepariwisataan, maka akan ada urutan-urutan atau bagian untuk memajukan, mengawal sampai mereka kuat dan mampu ditinggalkan oleh pemerintah untuk mandiri. Kemudian ada yang berkembang, kemudian ada yang sudah mandiri karena secara nasional banyak sekali CSR yang menyentuhnya dan yang lainnya, dan mereka sudah bisa hidup berdasarkan dari potensi kepariwisataan. Ini juga menjadi informasi yang barangkali sangat penting kami kabarkan kepada peserta seminar, karena kemampuan daripada peran pemerintah itu tidak mustahil berdiri atau dapat berjalan dengan baik, karena kami selalu mengajak peran serta teman-teman khususnya yang berada di lingkungan akademisi, media, karena kelahiran daripada media promosi dari Kementerian Pariwisata dilahirkan di daerah, kami pun punya, bahwa kami memiliki komunitas mahasiswa, memiliki teman-teman yang memang gemar berwisata, berpetualang, lalu masuk ke dalam organisasi Generasi Pesona Indonesia Banten. Mereka lah yang menjadi buzzer kita, mereka lah yang menjadi tangan panjang kita untuk memviralkan beberapa objek-objek serta potensi-potensi yang Banten miliki. Jadi barangkali ini menjadi satu kegiatan yang sudah kami lakukan, dan kami informasikan Bapak Ibu bahwa barangkali Banten terkenal dengan kisah sejarahnya. Kelahiran peradaban di Banten tentang Islam berada di kawasan Kesultanan Banten, khususnya berada di kawasan Kesultanan Banten Lama. Di sanalah kami sudah memberikan dukungan dengan revitalisasi pembangunan daripada ikon di kawasan Banten Selatan, di kawasan Kesultanan Banten berada di Kota Serang. Hampir sudah kami coba bangun secara memadai, akan tetapi kita mungkin sama-sama tahu karena kebutuhan berwisata religi kadang masyarakatnya tidak bisa diatur seperti berwisata khusus untuk pantai dan yang lainnya. Nilai-nilai atau budaya daripada masyarakat yang ingin berkunjung ke wisata religi ini biasanya sangat sulit kita mintakan untuk dapat bekerja sama, dari mulai datangnya berziarah bisa menggunakan absen kedatangan atau nanti memberitahu bahwa ini kepentingannya untuk pengajian atau apapun. Tapi ini bagi sulit buat kita karena memang sejarahnya ziarah di Banten itu menjadi ziarah turun-temurun yang memang tingkat angka kunjungannya sangat paling tinggi di kawasan Kesultanan Banten. Apabila ada yang belum datang juga monggo bersama-sama dengan kami. Apabila nanti menemui kesulitan ketika akan datang ke objek wisata, jangan sungkan, kabari kami sehingga kami akan memberitahu kepada kabupaten kota bahwa ini adalah menjadi bagian daripada tugas bersama. Jadi silakan kami membuka diri untuk diikut sertakan apabila Bapak Ibu mengalami kesulitan ingin mencapai kepada titik-titik desa atau objek-objek wisata yang ada di Banten. Libatkan kami dari Dinas Pariwisata Provinsi Banten untuk mengawal agar ada kemudahan sehingga bersama-sama kita dapat melahirkan arah prestasi serta kemandirian daripada masyarakatnya, lalu mereka dianggap bisa hidup dari sektor ekonomi, khususnya dari sektor kepariwisataan. Lalu kita juga sering mengadakan kegiatan bersih-bersih di pantai, Bapak Ibu. Kegiatan ini biasanya kami gagas karena kebetulan banyak sekali desa-desa wisata yang memang pengelolanya adalah atau pemiliknya adalah orang yang sudah tidak lagi berada di Banten, tetapi mereka diizinkan untuk mengelola. Sehingga biasanya jika diizinkan dan masyarakat ingin melibatkan kami untuk masuk, walaupun itu adalah kepemilikannya adalah pribadi, kami tidak segan mengabarkan bahwa kami ingin menyentuhnya ketika kawasan itu menjadi kumuh, ketika kawasan itu sudah terlihat kumuh, kami mencoba membenahinya dari sektor bersih-bersih di kawasan wisata pantai. Lalu juga kami biasanya selalu bersama-sama dengan Kementerian Kelautan juga konservasi terumbu karang di kawasan pantai Tanjung Lesung. Barangkali ada yang sudah pernah tahu kawasan Tanjung Lesung, kawasan yang sangat indah. Ketika sudah mulai baru berdiri, ternyata Allah menakdirkan lain, datang lagi tsunami sehingga hancur lagi. Tapi hampir 3 tahun ini kondisinya tengah kita upayakan untuk kembali bangkit. Gerakan-gerakan secara individual yang digagas oleh Kepala Dinas Pariwisata pun sudah bisa kami lakukan. Karena barangkali perlu kami kabarkan, hampir sudah 3 bulan ini kami melaksanakan zikir secara perorangan yang digagas oleh Kepala Dinas Pariwisata. Kita berkeliling ke kabupaten kota di kawasan objek wisatanya. Kita berzikir di malam hari biasanya hingga pukul 12 malam dan hampir sudah tidak putus 4 bulan ini kami melakukan upaya ritual tersebut agar menguatkan masyarakat bahwa segala sesuatunya dimulai dari hati kita terlebih dahulu. Mungkin itu saja hubungan atau kaitannya yang bisa kami berikan informasi. Adapun kebutuhan daripada yang lainnya, mangga nanti kita perpanjang dengan silaturahmi. Bahkan saya berharap silaturahmi ini barangkali nanti ingin diperkenalkan dan bertemu dengan Bapak Kepala Dinas Pariwisata. Mungkin itu saja, mohon maaf atas kekurangannya, atas kesempatan yang diberikan kepada saya menghaturkan, terima kasih. Dan mangga untuk datang ke wilayah Banten khususnya di objek-objek wisata. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Ibu atas pemaparannya. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, actually a beautiful and green environment that is well managed around the tourism and creative economy industries will also attract local, national, and foreign tourists at Banten. The Banten Provincial Government through the Tourism Office in collaboration with the Regency Government along with stakeholders and the community, continues to strive to develop and improve the quality of tourism and creative economy services through seminar and then workshop, as well as infrastructure revitalization of Kesultanan Banten Lama to attract tourists. Well, actually, various activities of the Banten provincial government through the tourism office, together with other regional organization in the development of environmentally friendly tourism and creative economy, including those that also involve partners, tourism, and stakeholders. As we seen, as we seen previous video about Banten, actually there are many beautiful beaches which has potential tourism places to have actually competitiveness with other regional tourism places. Hopefully Banten become one of what is it? Has a competitive area that has beautiful places to visit by tourism. Actually, is there any questions related to Banten tourism or Banten culture or green accounting that already discussed by Miss Is there any questions? We open a question and answer session. No question?
Me.
Okay.
Do we have a post test today?
Oh yeah, there's a post test. Yeah, excuse me. Okay, is there any questions related to Banten province of the culture? We have already seen from previous video related to the cultures of Banten, or actually, is there any from this the discussion today? There's no postas like previous discussion. Actually,
Okay, there will be a post-test, Miss, after this. After close the event, there will be a post-test in Olu.
Okay.
It will be announced by the administrator.
Okay. Yeah, there will be announcement for the postas from the committee.
Yes, and the PPT will be translated in English, so you guys can see on.
Okay. I guess all the participants already what is it prepare for the post test. So sorry for the connection is unstable here. Okay, we directly go to the post test. So I will give the turn to the master of ceremony, and then thank you actually for the participant, and then thank you for Miss Linda for the materials. It's really nice, and then hopefully we can visit Banten and then meet Miss Linda, yeah, for touring Banten. Okay, thank you for the participant. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ini Jessica udah boleh kan saya keluar?
Thank to Dr. Ifi Imania for guiding the lecture. And thank to Miss Haj Linda Rohyati for the informative and insightful presentation. Here, we are awarding you a certificate of appreciation. Before we end this, we have a photo session. To Miss Haj Linda, please give a smile when I count until 3. Ready?
For the information, Miss Linda is left of the Zoom, so the certificate will be given later.
Oh, okay, Miss. Okay, thank you for Miss Ifi. So maybe Miss Ifi can photo with us with the certificate. Dr. Ifi, are you with me? Hello, Dr. Ifi.
Yeah.
Do you can join with us to take
Yes.
picture? Okay. Okay, ready? Dr. Ifi,
Yes, I'm here.
please
Sorry, the
highlight.
connection.
Please highlight Dr. Ifi, ma'am. Okay. I count until 3. Are you ready, Miss Ifi? Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Again, thank to Miss Ifi Imania for the time.
Okay, my pleasure.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I remind all participants to fill out the attendance list through the online learning UHAMKA or OLU and Google form in WhatsApp group for each session by checking the empty box. Before we go to the last agenda, I would like to inform you to do the post test through the online learning UHAMKA or OLU. I repeat once more. Don't forget to do the post test through the online learning UHAMKA or OLU. Finally, we got to the last agenda, that is closing. Let's close this event by reciting Hamdalah. As the master of ceremony, thank to the speakers, moderators, committee, and all participants. What we had conducted will be useful for us. Amin. Thank you for joining us today and see you tomorrow. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.